Sorry for the extended silence. I had to get the tweet out, and I got a very nice message from someone right as I was starting the stream. So, we've got Hidden Citizen here. How are you doing? Yes, we are back with Stellaris. I never have the heart to say... oh, excuse me. So as you've guessed, I'm still a bit sick. And so I seriously debated about doing a stream. And this is a thing I'm bad for, pushing myself at times when I shouldn't. And that's the same for work as well as streaming. But to see such a lovely response as Hidden Citizens at the revelation that it is indeed Stellaris coming up makes it all worthwhile. So I will do my best not to direct the coughs into the microphone. If I fail in that, I apologize in advance. And yeah, let's do some plant-based conquest. I'm going to do a quick recap. Part of the reason why I do the recaps is not just to fill people in about what's going on, but it's also a chance for me to actually make sure I'm not going too nuts. But I won't go I'll try not to filibuster it too much. Keep your germs. I'll do my absolute best, Hidden Citizen. No promises though. You never know what new and exciting things the pandemic people will be coming up with. There's a bunch of gaming news that I've been wanting to talk about. Now it doesn't quite seem the time, but if I can find a clever way to work it in, I'll do my best. But yeah, just before I go too far into the game, things that are coming up this week. I'm going to try and do this at the sort of the start, maybe the middle, and the end. Streaming housekeeping. On Mondays will still be Paradox Grand Strategy games. One thing that I'm not crazy about is because of my slow pace in Stellaris, I'm feeling like I have given short shrift to Crusader Kings at a time when I've really been wanting to do it. And I've been debating a lot on doing vodcasts for it. The thing is that recording one vodcast a week is already quite difficult for me. So doing more than one is a challenge. But I don't really want to replace Stellaris, especially not while we're sort of in the middle of a playthrough. But I also want to actually give people a chance. So it's not just because people like Crusader Kings 2, I want to play it again. So it's a big one for me. I'm still trying to find out the best way to incorporate it, to be completely honest. But that is one thing I'm interested in doing. Hello, Johnny Big Time. I'm always very happy to see you. I don't know if you got a chance to see that Orson Welles video that I sent you, but I was watching that over the weekend again, and I thought it was amusing. That will probably be your favorite Orson Welles movie that you ever see. Oh, you just watch it? He doesn't say anything? Maybe I'll show that a little bit later. I don't know. I am looking forward to your thoughts if you found it amusing or not. But yeah, anyways, so... yeah, the finished product was dubbed over when he was sober. You'll actually notice at the very end, the video quality is really awful, but the finished product, the sync is totally out. It's very obvious that he recorded that afterwards. Anyways, I said I was going to do the housekeeping in that. I'm going to do some Crusader Kings content in the future. I'd be kind of interested in knowing if you guys would like to see something that is maybe a little more tutorial or new player oriented, or I have debated on doing some runs where I try to get certain achievements. I think that would be kind of fun because I don't normally play that way. But I don't know. I would be interested in just the general mood for Crusader Kings. I'm not going to express it as a trade-off between Stellaris and Crusader Kings, because clearly there is a big appetite for Stellaris, and I love Stellaris, and I want to do as much Stellaris as I can without ignoring the other games. And especially in the case of Holy Fury, where I did get a stream key, or like a press key, I do, like, I'm not unhappy with the amount of coverage it got. I think there's, you know, I think it's in like the tens of hours that I covered it, but like, I don't like thinking of it that way. I really feel like there is some material left on the table for that I can really do. So let me know if there's something you'd like to see in Crusader Kings. I will factor it in. One thing that I should note as far as how recommendations go for me, the last couple of weekends, I have finally gotten into Total War Rome 2. It has taken me probably like 4 tries to get into Total War, but I think I'm starting to get it, and it's feeling a little bit less like I'm smashing army men together. And I'm having a rather good time of it. I definitely am still more of a Paradox guy. Not that these things necessarily have to be in competition, but I can see their charm. So I suppose Alex the Rambler has since gone off and become a major Hearts of Iron streamer, and I will probably not become a Total War streamer, but I am at least an appreciator of other strategy games that are not by Paradox. Maybe one day they will be able to acquire Creative Assembly and, in fact, all of Sega. Wednesdays are still dedicated to Cultist Simulator. We're making some interesting progress. I'm really looking forward to doing Cultist Simulator on Wednesday. On Tuesday, if you do like the vodcast, there will be another episode of Caius, the Finest Dunmore Spellsword, and Raspy Voice Generator. It is a slightly shorter one. It's probably about 2.5 hours of gameplay, and then I do a little bit of a post-mortem afterwards just to talk about how the game is going. That one I had a few more sort of technical problems as far as just getting through missions are concerned, so that one is a bit rough around the edges, but I hope you enjoy it. I definitely do like the reactions that people give to it. And I'm not gonna lie, I am not very happy with how Friday's cast went. And partly it's because of the tone inside of chat, and I think partly I was not feeling well. But I am debating as to whether or not I really want to do Catherine again. I quite enjoy Catherine, but I am very much not wanting to repeat what happened on Friday. So playing something else seems like a decent way to avoid that. But we'll see. And again, if people really like Catherine, then I will just consider other things. I will admit, one thing I'm considering in general is I am thinking of relying a little bit more on timeouts. So a timeout is kind of what it says on the tin. Like, it is a short period of time where somebody is not able to engage with chat, and that's normally for something that is kind of outside of the bounds of acceptability, which is obviously defined idiosyncratically for every individual stream. And the problem is that most people treat timeouts like bans. It's a sign of disrespect, and that, it's the nuclear option. They're never coming back if you ban them. And having been a mod in several channels, I can say 100% that people's reactions to timeouts turn into bans. And it's one of the reasons why I tend to avoid doing them. But there have been more than a few times when there's just been some stuff that's been said in chat that makes me feel bad, or it makes me feel annoyed, or just otherwise has soured my mood. And I don't like finishing a stream feeling unhappy. Because I am becoming increasingly conscious of the things that I'm giving up in order to be able to do streaming. So I think, this opens a few possibilities. It means I'd be able to do Europa Universalis again, because it was the sort of the chat interaction that was a big problem with me doing that the last time. But I also think it will mean that there are some people who basically stop coming. And one might debate whether or not it's, all that big of a loss if they're frustrating me, and that's right, but I don't necessarily like thinking of people in that road. So I need to think a little bit about what's going on, but I think in the intermediate term, Catherine may or may not continue on as a stream, and I will think about what I do on Friday. So, ban them, tell them. Yeah, well, it's tricky, Hidden Citizen. Like, my view on it has always been that I think people should, like, as best as I can. So actually, here's a great example of this. This is bound to be taken the wrong way, but I'll get this out of the way so we can just focus on Stellaris afterwards. I think it's very important that people not take themselves too seriously, especially when with regards to games. Like, obviously, there are a lot of people who just take games in general way too seriously and probably should maybe learn some perspective. And I mean, especially if you've seen my conduct inside of other people's chats, I definitely have no problem with a very freewheeling style, and like, obviously, I mean, I'm actually quite obnoxious in plenty of times. Now, it's usually within the bounds of what I think is acceptable to the person whose chat I'm in. It's obviously different depending on the channel. But the best way I can describe that, this is going to be like super unkind, but the best thing that I can describe is when you hang out with geeks, and I am a geek, there is a style of geek humor which is one of like the worst things ever. And I've seen this so many different times in so many different contexts. Like, a almost stereotypical geek joke is somebody says, "I don't like X." And the geek joke is to immediately do X. Now, this is really dumb when you think about it. And it's almost, I've thought a lot about why people behave that way. And I think in some cases it's a sort of like, we're good enough friends that I can get away with doing this sort of thing here. Like, I think there's a few different motivations behind why people do that, but it is something that I have seen, I saw in university, I saw when I was in role-playing groups. I've really never been in a group of geeks where somebody has not done this. I actually see this like like out on the street. If I'm in like a coffee shop or something like that, I'll see this happen sometimes. And it is like one of the worst things about hanging out with geeks, in my opinion. And there's a Twitch equivalent of this, which is to ridicule the gameplay. Now, like sometimes, so this is why I say like it's important not to take yourself too seriously. Like, I do not want, thank you very much for the host, Captain Shield. I don't want like it to seem like every stream people just need to be singing my praises about how awesome I am inside the game or something like that. But the geek equivalent, like the Twitch equivalent of the geek humor is you're bad at the game. And that's the punchline. There's no setup, there's no clever line. Like a good example of something that I personally don't have a problem with, and if somebody does, I hope they let me know so that I can correct. But like, that I have a very high opinion of like Johnny Big Time's game skill. He is very good at games in addition to being very good at streaming games. And he like a good example of this would be like if he's in like a rough spot of the game, or if there's something that happens, I feel it's okay. And again, he can correct me if I'm wrong, and I will adjust myself accordingly. But if there's some variation on something like, oh, don't worry, Johnny is lulling the enemy into a true sense of security or something like that. Now, the point here is less about saying that Johnny is not good at the game. It's more about, you know, a chance to say a reasonably amusing burn at the moment. The target of attack is not so much Johnny so much as just the fact that it's like, I have something really clever to say, and unfortunately it's something that in any other context it would be really rude. What I will not say, and what I really wish people would not say, is, Johnny, you're bad at the game. Johnny, you should give up. There's really no joke to that. There's just, you know, and again, it's, you can sort of see it. The people who say that sort of stuff may not even necessarily be, you know, ill-meaning. I don't think that the type of people who, like, immediately do the thing that annoys someone are intending to be hostile or a jerk. It is usually somebody that they're at least an acquaintance of. But it's a really bad thing. It is something that I really wish people wouldn't do. And this is a big thing, like, to give you maybe an idea of the, you know, of the dynamic in terms of streaming. I can remember in LA Noire, I actually went back to the video and counted it. I think I got something like 27 headshots in a row. And then I missed one. And chat was full of, you know, you suck at this, you're awful, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, in one sense, it's sort of like, okay, fair enough. You know, like, you never hear about the ones you hit. You always hear about the one you missed. And I'm like, you know, to a certain extent, I just need to live with that. But, like, this is one of the things about streaming, is that inevitably you are always going to hear more about the stuff that goes wrong than you're going to hear about, you know what, that was a really awesome play you just did there. Especially in a strategy game, because very few people necessarily appreciate... Like, this game, I've always sort of said, it's about planting seeds that grow into something like 5 years later. And I don't necessarily think it's that great to be able to communicate to an audience, you know, like, so if I just sit down here as like, see how clever I was for anticipating that thing there, that just makes me sound like a douche. So, I mean, one of the reasons why I'm talking about it right now is that I, for the most part, just try and ignore it. But it is actually one of the things that makes streaming not enjoyable for me. And there's been plenty of times that I've actually finished a stream very frustrated, because of that kind of thing. Because again, I think people think that they're being funny when all that they're really doing is just attacking the gameplay. And it's like, yeah, you know, it's not like I've got a huge chat going on and I'm focusing on the stream and all of that. Like, even right now, I know we're 20 minutes into the game, and I haven't done any gameplay yet. Like, all of that's just constantly running on like a ticker tape in the back of my head. And on some days some days it's better than others, but it's just one of these things where, like, because I know that people will usually be more trouble than they're worth if I do a timeout for it, I usually don't react. It's backseating that I react to, and that's mostly because as soon as if you let one thing slide, I don't get to play the game anymore. It's just people, it's Twitch plays at that point. But I mean, this is the cost, right? It's like, either I potentially stifle the already very low growth of the channel, and I get a little bit of mental health, or I do my best to, you know, toughen up, and I just have to deal with people who I know for a fact could not do any better than I do on a given task, sit there as if they were an expert. And it's one of those things that it is one of the things I really don't like about streaming, and I wish people didn't do it, but I can't control it. So anyways, that's I can't even remember. Oh yeah, it was potential warning in terms of changes in my moderation policy. But anyways, issues Clover with the jokes like System Chalk, especially when you see him in. Yeah, thanks. I was just kind of following up on just Twitch stuff in general. I've been debating in terms of moving forward on some of the, basically just certain games, whether or not I continue being as open. So like, maybe the thing I didn't explain so well at the beginning was that my general feeling on chat is that people should have an opportunity to be who they want to be, and I'm generally permissive of things. Like, I can defend myself. I have the bully pulpit. The only real limit, other than like standard decency limits, is not to attack other people inside the channel. But the cost of that is that you know, there is just a style of humor which is actually just mean-spirited and not very funny. And it's one of the things that actually makes me not enjoy streaming. And I've been debating about whether or not to be a little more strict in enforcing that sort of stuff. Because again, I don't want to turn it into just a case where people feel the only thing that they can say are like positive things about me, because that's, you know, that's a problem for its own reason. All right, thank you very much, Captain Shield. I'm sorry I didn't give you any more gameplay, but let's talk about it, because I was hoping to launch when we had the apocalypse theme going on. We're in the middle of a war here. I had an opportunity to build another commercial sort of consumer goods generating plant. Unfortunately, we had to close all of our plants when we were trying to you know, take over these folks. So we're doing generally okay as far as the war score is concerned. I'm really not sure how this is going to work. So it's demand surrender. They've got a fairly high war exhaustion. I suspect what will probably have to happen here is some kind of, in terms of occupations, I'm assuming I'm going to have to take over all of the existing planets. So I have a little bit of a ticking clock as far as the war exhaustion goes. So the plan at the moment has been to just take these little pockets where I can, and then we're going to do a big push. And the real point of debate for me has been whether or not I try and take Star Mag, because there's no easy path towards it. And as you can see, they've got about 3,000 in terms of fleet strength. What I did forget about was that I am actually on good terms with the crystalline entities. So while they'll get smacked in Bythia, I did have my defensive platform set up here with 4.6k of angry weaponry ready for them. I don't quite know what's going on with the rest of the fleets here, but my current goal is to focus on claiming systems from this species rather than worrying about these guys. At some point I'll gobble these guys up too. It's... Oh, actually, sorry. These are the Marauders, not these guys. So one of the things that I want to do is I want to minimize casualties. I want to minimize cases where they get wins on me. So I think what I'm probably going to do is I'll maybe take... I'll do Atheos and Trunt. So we'll move those through. At some point I'm going to land my armies. Oop, that's not the one. Where's my transport fleet? No. So it is 585. So I mean, the thing here is that we actually have more than enough to be able to take out the garrison. The trick, of course, is that there's a certain planet width. I don't know if it actually communicates excuse me, what the planetary width is. But essentially what I want to do is I want to try and get some easy wins while I can. I want to minimize the number of soldiers that I lose on taking the homeworld. And then what we'll do is the main fleet I'm going to heal up. We're going to make a push on Gillis, and then we'll take Xeris right away. And I think probably what will determine my next few moves, I want to think... Actually, you know what? I don't even need to take Xeris. Because because that'll be on my way to Beskel. I think what I might wind up doing here is I take Gillis, and then I just move to take Markab and Horsham. And the main reason for that is I want to conserve, I want to conserve the movement of the flourishing Bion Armada. Because again, the idea here is not just to take the worlds, but to take them quickly. So we take this, heal up. I can actually use my lesser fleet to clear out sort of these intermediate areas. Once the large fleet is healed up, then we take Markab. And then essentially what will happen is I'm going to clear the way for the lesser fleet to sort of gobble up these little areas here. They're totally cut off from their own defenses. I'm going to have basically a big fleet in position to sort of reclaim these areas. And then once we sort of hive off this area, then we make the move on Xeris, which of course gives us a choke point. If we're able to do that, then basically we've made sure that this whole part of the map is ours. And then what we'll do is we'll kind of carry on inside here. This is why Starmag is such a big problem for me, because it is like there's a big reason for them to want to try and take the capital again. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that I'm able to move my big nasty fleet into a position where they're able to, where I'm able to address any moves on these areas. Again, the other nice thing here, of course, is that I've got a 4K fleet. So in the worst case scenario, we go after the punitive response flotilla and whatnot. But I prefer it if I can sort of divide up the enemy. So the idea here is, again, the Flourishing Bion Armada takes Gillis, heals up, takes Markab, heals up, and then one of my lesser fleets takes care of these things here. I might even just go so far as to get that particular fleet to move on to Xeris and Bexel on their own, because I mean a choke point's a choke point, right? It might be a little bold for me to assume that I can go and take Eramis. Although another good argument, of course, is that if I take all of these systems now, then that's just going to mean that I can focus more on Starmag, where obviously the enemy fleets are going to be focused. So, but this is where I'm starting to get a little too clever for myself. So I think I'm just going to leave things the way that they are. Last couple of things we're going to do is consider what my next moves for building, it's jobs. I'm worrying about jobs right now. So we want to watch housing, we want to watch population, we want to watch capacity. So the capital still has plenty of space. We are at capacity as far as Yamal Prime is concerned. However, we're building the civilian fabricators, so that'll move up. Gaul has space for one more, but I am actually going to need to improve. I'm going to need to improve it somehow in terms of giving people access to more jobs. Housing might be an idea here because it's at 3. Paradaya is in pretty good shape. The reason for this is once it gets an additional pop, it's going to unlock this particular area here. Keeping in mind that in the Rhizome Capital sector, I am trying to focus on generating as much research as possible. Python has space for 5 people, and I've actually got 2 building slots open. I really need to figure out what I'm doing with this planet. I have a feeling that it's going to become it's already an industrial world, so I'm just trying to think about some way that I can use these particular shops to their best spot. Because of course there's the food processing facilities as well. I am getting a % bonus for farmers, so I should be maximizing this as much as I can. Stebnar, I mean, it's not great because we only have space for one more job, but of course I can build whatever here. Probably mining makes the most sense in this case because there's the most capacity, which means a % bonus is going to improve that. Akram, again, we've got only more space for 2 more, but I actually have lots of open building slots. That's mostly just because I've been using up all of my minerals. And I think you can kind of see the pattern that's emerging here. It is a bit of a problem that Ugrilla is in the state that it's in. I need to decide whether or not I want to build a generator district or to improve the business management nexus. I think probably let's build another generator. You know, you might make an argument for housing as well, but in this case, I think we'll make money because money will let me buy other things. Similar story with Cathea, apparently. This one would probably be better as a mineral planet, if anything. But I don't have the resources. I mean, I can buy the resources, but actually, you know what? I will do exactly that. Main reason I'm doing this is that I have a lot of... That was like a month's worth of energy production that I spent. Well, okay, that's overstating it a little bit. This is obviously going to allow me to just generate more of all of these things that I have in short supply. Eventually I'm going to have to need to worry about your Grilla, but I'll leave that. And the Veil is okay. All right, so I'm reasonably happy with the way everything's sitting right now. Keep in mind too, we are at a sort of a lower point in terms of our energy generation, and this is just because we are currently in a war, so we had to close down a bunch of income-producing assets. Okay, with all that out of the way, let's unpause. Well, these guys are brave.
Competitors engaged.
So I'm assuming they escaped? Something happened to them. By the way, I had a really great time playing this last week, because I didn't realize the console edition was coming out quite so soon, and people were really encouraging about the content. So I spent a bit of time talking about negative things, but I wanted to focus too on some of the positives. Hearing people say that they got a game because they watched me play it, or particularly, like, not just that they got the game, but that they're enjoying it. Hearing that people have connected with games in a way that they weren't before is one of the most rewarding things about it. So I was talking a bit about the games that I like doing on Paradox Mondays in particular. And this is one of the reasons why I like doing Stellaris, because I think Stellaris is a really good game for introducing people to this style of grand strategy game. And I mean, I can remember learning Crusader Kings 2 on stream, and what a unique experience it was, and how much I really enjoyed jumping into these more complicated types of games. So it was, yeah, I mean, it's neat to be able to sort of see people be able to pick up something as entertaining as this and turn it into a really wonderful experience. So I know a few of you are probably now very fond console players of the game and probably can teach me some things about how it goes, but I should have started with that, because that was one thing that surprised me a little bit from last week and I really enjoyed. The exception, I'm always happy when I see people use those emotes. How are you doing? All right, the mineral cluster is a holographic record, multi-sided, many-edged, and translucent. It remains secure in the RCA Juris's tractor beam, but our experts will need some time to decode its contents. A special project has been issued to expedite the process.
Situation log revised.
So this will take 3 months, so let's research the enigmatic guest. I also need to deal with the tree at some point. And I can never remember. Yeah, I screwed it up. I'm still a bit sick, the exception, but I'm doing my best not to fall to pieces where I can. All right, I was going to do something about Oreb. I think it was going to become a... I think it was going to become defense against the dark arts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that would have to be 5. That's not happening. Yiram should be the next source for a spaceport. But Orb will get... Yeah, it's a tricky call. I can give him a hangar bay. Yeah, we'll do the hangar bay. And now seems as good of a time as any to jump in on Yiram. So the main reason I want to do this at Yiram, one, it is one of sort of the blocks against the Marauders. Now, of course, if I'm properly going to do that, well, okay, if I'm totally honest about it, Python also serves as a block. So at least Yiram and Cursa. Now, I don't know how... You know, I actually should probably consider building some defensive platforms. What kind of a drain is that on? I'm going to need to get some alloys at some point, but... I wonder... Well, I'll think about it. I remember when I first did that combo.
Market outlier identified.
The asteroid SP0M11 is emitting some form of radiation in controlled bursts. Is someone, something, trying to communicate with us?
A system has been surveyed.
It's very interesting to see these guys just hang out.
Station under assault.
Yeah, so I don't have a lot of hope for this thing to survive. But it is kind of fun to watch the crystalline entities come to my defense. So this is...
Special project actualized.
This is a choice that unexpectedly paid off for me, just in the sense that I don't need to worry about these hostile units, but other units do. The holographic data documents the terms and conditions for a trilateral trade treaty between three major alien powers that once dominated this quadrant of the galaxy. Context eludes us, and the details are meaningless, but Science Officer Heath Hawthorne feels that this find will prove invaluable to improving our own ability to communicate with alien forces. One combo that I used to do was this one.
A system has been surveyed.
So again, like, I don't have high hopes for this whole thing. Like, obviously these crystalline entities are going to die to this, but if there's a chance to do some damage to these guys, like, as you can see, the Destroyer and Corvette, like, they've actually got a few ships that got knocked out of the fight. So if they want to press this advantage, give them no quarter. You know, again, it's a 219 strength base. It's not gonna like, oh, you know what? I didn't realize that I could build defensive platforms on these things. I should have done that. But the big thing here is that, like, if they are going to bring these particular ships into the fight, then it means that if they try to go up against Eunuch, they're going to start losing ships. So I had no idea there were Simpsons emotes. That's great, Hidden Citizen.
Special project actualized.
Okay, the hidden enigmatic cache. Despite extensive research on the enigmatic cache and its origin, the enigmatic cache and its origin are still shrouded in mystery. Though it is definitely not organic in nature, it is not entirely machine either. It appears to be preoccupied mainly with the gathering, storing, and encoding of data. Its surface is covered in hundreds of thousands of minuscule scratches and dents, which have we've in which we have discovered traces of a compound that is alien to our galaxy. Blow it out of the sky. SP0M11 is partially hollow. Within its interior spaces sprawls a dense honeycomb structure crafted by some unknown alloy, housing containers of alien genetic material. By all appearances, this archive of life, the genetic record of some earlier civilization, come and gone. Most of the DNA is hopelessly degraded, but there is still much to learn here. Fascinating. It doesn't really say what what it is, though. All right, so the shields of my base are down. Again, if I'd been thinking, I would have put defensive platforms here, but this was, of course, if you go back to the VODs of how this thing was originally set up, I did actually cite this as a risk. Now, what's really interesting, these guys obviously took some hits. If they actually try to move into Siplum, these guys are going to get smoked. What they'll most likely do is take Mindara. So, I mean, again, there's some territorial losses to me. You'll notice that my war score has sort of taken a bit of a hit. I'm assuming that's from occupation. And eventually I'm going to be able to go and reclaim these things here. The main point of building up Eunuch was to make sure that I'd be able to, to hold the enemy at bay. I might want to build some more defensive platforms, but I also will want to build some more ships. So again, I need to consider where I'm going to put the resources. I can obviously always buy my way through alloys, but I'm also going to need to manage some of my resources. Okay, so we'll get these guys to heal up, and then we'll join in the bombing. Now, these guys are probably going to, they're heading to Trunt. So if I can, hopefully they heal up and we can send them out to reclaim this. I'm not too excited about sending them to take the 1.3k, and that's just basically because I don't want to lose ships if I can avoid it. And while we're at it, I kind of want to see what the composition of this fleet is, because I remember it was my slush fleet, but that doesn't mean that I can't... Okay, I'm gonna bring out my notepad for this. Where are my delightful... Ah, yes, okay. So first of all, I want to see what I can build, because I don't think I have the proper, battleships yet. So I've got cruisers, destroyers, and corvettes. How did I decide to break this up again? I'm terrible with my outliner. I always feel like I need all of the information all at once. So looks like we've got so I think these are worth 4, 14. These are worth 2. And we originally had 25 corvettes, so 25, 28, and what's that? That's 28. So this adds up to what we've got. That does not make any sense at all. It's a capacity of 81. Yeah, that's more like it. So apparently I put 24 points into corvettes at the expense of... Or sorry, I put 28 points into everything but corvettes. I lose 2. I could switch out a destroyer for a corvette. But do I really need that many screening ships? And the answer probably is no. Okay, so knowing that... And I'm just going to go by the dots for the sake of... So, fleet. No hidden citizens. It's actually one of the things I enjoy about Paradox games is that I find them complicated, but I don't... so this is stubbornness on my part, but I really enjoy the process of discovering a game and how it works and how it tells me certain things. And this is one of the reasons why I really respect the interface for Stellaris. Now, there is a tutorial in the game. I didn't shy away from it, but one of the reasons why I don't usually like doing YouTube tutorials is I think a lot of them fall into the trap of saying X is best, Y is best, and I think that's a really easy way to get stuck into being kind of a fleshy implementation of somebody else's algorithm for playing a game. I do like tutorials which teach principles, and that's actually a type of tutorial I would like to do for Stellaris myself. So if you take a look at the way that I did the Cultist Simulator tutorial, I did the first 20 minutes of the game. As far as telling people what to do, I only told them to do what the tutorial tells them. And the rest of the video was focused on communicating to people some ideas about how to think about the game. And I personally get a lot more out of that for me. I mean, again, the big thing to remember, whether it is my channel or, you know, my style, like, it's not for everyone. I have a very particular set of priorities when I play a game. But I generally avoid tutorials just because I really do not like, for me, the interest in playing a game is figuring it out. That's why I react so well to Cultist Simulator. And I think because the majority of tutorials do tend to have this style of, you know, here's how you should play, rather than here are some ideas you want to keep in mind, I tend not to react too well to them. So, but also, in my opinion, I don't think this game needs video tutorials. I actually really do think that this game is self-contained. Now, again, this is from somebody who has been, I came up through Crusader Kings 2, which is not the hardest of the Paradox games by any means, but like coming from zero knowledge of Paradox stuff, it's, it's a step up from what you normally play, let's say. So in this particular case, like, I felt quite comfortable with it. But, like, also keep in mind, that doesn't mean that I don't think other people wouldn't benefit from a tutorial. I've certainly considered doing one. The only thing is that, like, if I were to have done a tutorial before Apocalypse, anything I would have had to say in that tutorial would be completely invalidated. And then everything that I would have to say about planetary development and what resources you want to get, again, that would be completely invalidated by a new patch. So I'm really trying to sit down and think about how I can talk about some ideas to keep in mind when playing a game like this without outright telling people how to play the game, because I know that video is, like, the Cultist Simulator video is unquestionably the most successful video I have done over any platform, and that includes the stuff that I got paid to do and was promoted by the company that was using it. Like, that Cultist Simulator tutorial video is something that I sometimes use to see what sort of marketing methods are more effective for Weather Factory, because it actually tracks very well with general interest in the game. So I want to try and create something that is good for the long term, and because Paradox does a wonderful thing and continues to keep these games fresh and updated, I need to think in a very different way about how to communicate how to think about this game. And I like that I have that problem, to be completely honest, because, I mean, you guys get to see how excited I am every time there's a new patch. Okay, so the way I'm doing this, and again, this is totally just for me keeping my own sanity. When I take a look at this armada, I'm counting this as basically being 21 corvettes, 3 destroyers, and 2 cruisers, which means that I can basically build 5 more cruisers, 11 more destroyers, and 4 more corvettes to add to this little group here. Now, I'm obviously not going to have enough, like, capacity for it, one thing I'm thinking of as soon as I upgrade this to a Star Fortress, I'm thinking of building a second shipyard just to be able to help churn out the big ships. But let's at least start off by churning out some heavy hitters. So I've got 1, 2. Okay, so I can only do 2 more of those. And actually, at this point, I think I'm just going to sit on my hands and wait. I feel like you're pretty good at giving tutorials and teaching people about the game, putting tutorials on YouTube, you know, you'd be good at. Thank you for saying that, Hidden Citizen. I mean, the important thing to remember is that I did start streaming when I was in grad school.
Upscaling complete.
I was doing a bunch of TAing, and I really do feel like TAing, I mean, they fed into each other. The fact that I was doing Twitch probably made me a better presenter, which was good. But I also think that being able to teach people topics that I was passionate about and topics that are, you know, rightly considered to be fairly difficult and not the friendliest to get into. All right, so did they go? Yep, they did exactly what I thought they would do, which is, I mean, a shame, but... And... That's very curious why that's just sitting there. Yeah, apparently there's 8 people who just really don't like... Yeah, no problem. I mean, those are very small numbers by YouTube standards, Hidden Citizen, but I'm, you know, like, that's... I would go nuts if I was just constantly comparing myself to other people. Like, you know, I know Alex the Rambler, you know, I got to meet him at a bar once, and that is how we got to know each other. He is very good at YouTube, you know, and he's good at the stuff that he does. So, you know, if I ever start thinking I'm, you know, a really important person, I can immediately compare myself to him and feel like an
Research
ant.
actualized.
But, you know, if we ranked the world that way, you know, things would be so much easier. Like, it's pretty easy to see views. It's pretty easy to see people's engagement with material. I mean, the EA article I wrote, I didn't expect people to 100% like it.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone...
Alexa Bees, thank you very much for the follow. I know it's been a little slow for gameplay, so I appreciate that. I hope you're having a good one. But yeah, like, it's, you know, you do the best with what you can. And I do think the better yardstick is to say, did you accomplish what you set out to? And I think it really does seem like some people are engaging with the game. Some people are buying the game as a result of that introduction, and that makes me happy because I think Cultist Simulator is a really unique and a really wonderful game. So the Ministry of Production. Planets are big and production sites are often separated by vast distances. A coherent strategy for making certain that everyone is pulling in the same direction is often needed. So I think I'm going to do a review of my industrial capabilities because I know I'm going to have unemployment problems in a little bit too. Let's just take a look at what we're looking at. It is quite tempting to improve my fleet command limit at the moment because I know I've got battleships coming up and I'm going to need to make a bunch of space for them. So let's add that. I'm also going to change around the order because you'll notice... So there's not much that I can do as far as... Oh, actually, that's not true. So Flora will now be in charge of physics because they match up here. Oh, I screwed up. Nope, I didn't screw up. And then for engineering... All right, that should be a better allocation. Hello, Melemony. You're happy to see that Weather Factory is receiving so many resumes for their open writer position. The competition to work with such a good team should be fierce. I agree. I mean, obviously, there's also a lot of positions opening up in gaming, which is maybe not so good. But no, I mean, it's an indicator, like, you know, it's really good when a company has lots of applicants. It means that we get bigger and better games. So, you know, I only wish that they had an opening for something that I could do. But I'm happy to play their games. I don't need to. This is the big thing, right? Like, I say this about Twitch, but the same goes for games. Like, not everybody who plays games needs to make them. I like to think insofar as anyone can be good at playing games, I think that's where my comparative advantage sits. I'm not entirely sure I have anything to contribute as far as designing games is concerned. Hidden Citizen says, I feel like you need to get better at reading before you play games like this. Playing games like this, you feel you need to be good at reading and retaining that information. So here's a great, this is going to be, so I know this is not going to be like moving forward with action, but this is a really important point that Hidden Citizen is making. The thing about a game like this is I'm playing at the normal speed, which is quite slow in some particular cases, but especially in the case of the new DLC, Megacorps. And Megacorps has some associated sort of changes to the base game, even if you don't own the DLC. The thing is that you actually need to think a few steps ahead. So one thing you can actually see, Hidden Citizen, there's a quest line that I'm doing, which we've sort of let lie dormant for a bit, the worm in waiting signals. And I've specifically avoided building a couple of the technologies required to complete it, because I'm not quite ready for all of that madness to go on in the middle of the story. But one of the things that Alexis did when he was writing it, he said this, like, it's not that I have private information or anything like that, but he talked about this, is that in this game you have lots of demands on your attention. So like I've got 2.2k strength fleet sort of at my borders, and I need to keep in mind, okay, Eunuch, well, it's 4.6k strength, so this might be okay, but how far do my sensors go? Because maybe they've got something like a 3k fleet just hanging out on the edge here. Oh my god, what am I going to do then? I can't build defensive platforms soon enough, and then all of a sudden they're on top of my, one of my planets. This is now, and take that and then like apply it across your entire star empire. So one of the things that he did when he was writing it was he actually put in little reminders for the player to make sure that they were being basically little reminders, New news from the Gaul system, where the planet was on fire. New news from Higma, where that strange terraforming thing was happening. Just these little reminders, because you'll remember events in a story much better than you'll remember, any one of these stars. So like I remember Oreb because of Paradise Lost. Because it's not specifically Paradise Lost, but I really like the opening of Paradise Lost, and it refers to Oreb, so that's kind of my little my little trigger for remembering it. I never actually finished talking about why I was building a gate on Uram, for instance, when we're talking about cognitive demands of this game. So even the people who are helping make things for this game are aware of the problem and do what they can to sort of address it. But the other thing about it is that you'll sometimes make decisions, like when you do make a decision in this game, it's not like everything is on fire and you need to immediately you need to rush to a new one. So here's a great example of this, Hidden Citizen. When I take a look at my planets, now I have the knowledge of what these pops are, what these numbers mean. This means the number of people currently on the planet, and this means the number of jobs that are open. So in this particular case here, like you'd see wages kind of going up, and you'd see people kind of compete to get the brightest and the best, because there are more jobs available than there are people to work in it. Obviously, this game is not an economic simulator, so I don't need to worry too much about about realizing realizing all of that, but I don't have a whole lot to worry about on this planet. If anything, I need to worry about housing space. Now let's compare that to some other ones. Well, right now we've got Yamal Prime, which has got 63 people working in 63 jobs. And we're building a drone, and we're also bringing on a new pop. But I'm also 37 turns, so this is about 37 days away from upgrading the civilian fabricators, and the civilian fabricators will create new jobs, basically. I think it says... Yeah, so it's an additional 5 jobs. So this will go up to 68, and of course I get a new building slot at 65. So in that case, that'll cover me for the next building that I can cover. So Yamal is in good shape. Now Gaul Prime, again, it's 27 out of 27, and we've got a new pop on its way. So I need to say, what am I going to do to make things better on this planet? Right now, let's take a quick look at my strategic resources. Why am I looking at strategic resources? Well, because if I want to upgrade any one of these buildings here, I'm going to need a special resource. So this one, if you look at upkeep, now this is where the reading's important. If you just look down below the upgrade, below the green text, it says upgrade 2 energy and 1 exotic gases. Well, in this particular case, I actually have a small deficit of exotic gases, nothing to really worry about, but I really can't afford to run any more of a deficit on exotic gases at the moment. So I'm going to hold off on it. Instead, I need to find other ways for people to sort of get jobs. One of the ways I'm going to do that is to anticipate a future need. So my amenities are kind of low, and my housing is kind of low, so I have space for 2 more pops. Now I'm going to get a new slot at 30 pops, so in this case I only have space for 2 more people, and I know that I'm going to run out of jobs. So what I'm going to start off by doing is I'm going to take care of this anticipated need, the amenities and the buildings, by building a city district. Now this is something that I know just from before. It gives me 7 housing, and then clerks produce 4 amenities. So it'll also give me 2 jobs. So we'll build one of these. Now what's going to happen here? I actually started pointing to the... you clicked one of those buttons and you started losing minerals at an alarming rate. Oh, you're talking about one of these things. Yes, you probably did it for... Where is it? You probably did it for... Oh wait, I'm not using one of these. But yeah, so my alloy mega forges, like this one consumes 30 minerals to produce 15 alloys. So if you're not prepared, those things are going to chew up a lot of resources. So we'll just think a little bit about this one decision that I made. So what are my goals on this planet right now? Well, I need to get my population to 30 because that will unlock another building that will allow people to perform some jobs. Okay, all well and good. We're on our way to getting the 30 pops. But what specifically did the city district give me? Well, okay, I'm up to 9 housing spaces. So I know I'm going to be able to house 30 people for this next job. Okay, how many jobs did I get from this? Well, it creates 2 clerk jobs, which means that I'll be okay for the short term. I'm going to be able to get 2 more population growth, so I don't need to worry about this growth here. But I am going to need to worry about the fact that I'm not actually going to have enough jobs, like to be able to grow to a point that I have 30 pops. I'm not actually going to have enough jobs for people. So I don't really need food right now, but I do kind of want to focus. I want to focus in on particular roles. So in this case, this will just be a full agricultural planet, just in case I ever need, I need a reserve, let's say. But what I've done now. On this particular planet, I've generated housing for 9 more pop units. I've generated 2 more jobs, so that'll bring this up to 29 when this is done. And then the agriculture district is going to produce another 2. It also produces enough housing for the farmers to be able to live. So in this case, I know that that's going to cross me over to sort of the next milestone at 30 pops, and I can reevaluate this planet. I shouldn't need to do anything else on this planet to be able to manage it for the next little while. So let's start making babies. You saw the Crush Your Enemies trailer, right? The one that was talking about is like, we're all adults here. We know how babies get made. So in contrast to Gaul, so like what I'm doing here, Hidden Citizen, is I'm trying to take a thought process that's very reflexive for me and turn it into a really detailed account of how I think about this particular game. Yeah, so this is the trick. That consideration that I make is probably about 3 touches, Number one, I look at these numbers here. This says more jobs. You know, where do these jobs come from? I immediately take a look at the essentials, you know, amenities and housing. If these were dealt with, I would immediately say, all right, so which of these things am I going to build up in? Another alternative I would have, of course, is if I had two jobs that were created, I would just say, well, number 30 comes in, and then I'll just build the research lab or something like that. So what I did was I unpacked in an extremely detailed way something that's sort of reflexive for me. This is just how I think about the game. It's very easy to see a mouse sort of move around a screen like this. But to give you an idea, these are the things that I'm sort of thinking about in the back of my head. And again, it's not because, you know, if you're playing Wolfenstein, it's a great game, but Wolfenstein gives you very immediate things that you need to overcome. You know, the Nazi is in front of you, you need to shoot him before he shoots you, is generally the big problem you run into. Now, it's a hell of a game, and it's a lot of fun. Same deal with Doom, right? Doom makes you move in a lot of very interesting ways, and they make sure that you don't do the thing that I tend to do in action games like that, which is to like ruin the experience for myself, for lack of a better description. Yeah, it's it's very hard to make games like this seem simple when I say, oh, it's easy. You just take a look at these 5 different bits of information to find out what's going on. Like, right now, I'm not at all concerned about resource production on this planet, so this window is not very relevant to me right now. But I'll give you an example about where this resource production is very important. What would happen if I lost my capital in the equity system? Well, my goal for the last few rounds has been to focus a lot on research, and to give you an idea of how well that has played out, just taking a look at all of my potential rivals, except for the stagnant ascendancies, every other species that I've met cannot compare to my technological advantage. And this is despite the fact that the game is actually giving me a very heavy penalty. All technology in this game costs 65.2% more than what it normally would because my empire is too sprawling. So I need to be really precise in terms of how I manage these systems. So it's like, okay, so what would happen if I lose the equity system? Well, again, technology is my strength, so we're generating, 600, 700, depending on which resource it is. And the game will give me a breakdown. So it says, automatically generating 10, 99 of my physics research is generated from stations, 12 is generated from corporate buildings, 536.94 points of physics research is being generated by people in my empire. So it's like, that's planets, that's jobs. Okay, so I was like, what happens if I lose my capital planet? 380 points of my physics research is generated on this one world. Over half. So if I lose my capital, it's essentially game over for me. I've been relying on my technology to get me forward. Why does this matter? A great Khan could wake up at any point and start trying to take over the galaxy. I have exactly 2 systems separating the Great Khan, his capital fleets and all of that, while my military units are off up here. It's 2 jumps away from completely losing this and just seeing my technological advantage decimated. So, how do I respond to that? Well, I'm clearly not strong enough to be able to take out these fleets. So if the Great Khan wakes up, I immediately need to surrender to them. There is no possible way that I'm going to survive in this playthrough if this comes to it. So that's step number 1. Number 2, how big of a priority should I make, building fleets that are actually capable of taking out these stations? Well, pretty darn high. The only other alternative I can think of is to build just these super stations with as many defensive platforms as I can, but the real challenge with those is that they're very expensive to maintain. And even then, they may not do the job. So at the moment, I've sort of been hoping that I have to sort of roll the dice a little bit. The risk that I'm looking at right now is I can continue on in the game, but I'll be a vassal, and somebody else needs to kill the Great Khan. On the chance that I'm able to build up a strong enough fleet before the Great Khan awakes, then I take these guys out ahead of time, and then the Great Khan potentially wakes up over here, and we have an even bigger problem because these guys are allies. But again, like, this is an example in terms of where I'm saying is like, okay, so because I know that the game is like, if I think X is a problem, it's too late. I should have worked out a contingency for X way ahead. So what I do instead is I'm like, okay, so what am I doing? Well, I do need to make sure that I get rid of these pests, and part of that's going to be military research, and obviously for military research I actually need the ability to gain these technologies, and so I've put a big investment inside of that. And all of these things tend to coalesce into a grand strategy. You bring the civilian workforce, you bring the civilian capacity to be able to build the instruments of war, you bring, you know, your greatest minds to work towards those particular ends, and you bring the military to bear. You need those, you know, they're three legs of a stool. You know, if you take one of them out, the whole thing falls over. So that's generally how I think about the game. So whether or not you need to be good at reading, I mean, like, the game is driven by a lot of text. That's where all these events come from. But you should be reading because you enjoy it, not because, like, you're under some heavy obligation to do so. As far as thinking strategically, it's really just a matter of being able to identify where you think things will go wrong. So, sorry, the one thing I was meaning to show you, in comparison, we take a look at Paradaya. So I'm like, ooh, amenities is way too low. And I'm like, well, let's just take a quick look here. There's currently 1/4 of the clerk jobs being filled out. Clerk jobs generate 2 amenities for each role. So it's like, okay, so we're at 0 amenities right now. Not great. But where, you know, when the population grows, where are they going to go? Well, they're going to go in the clerk jobs. And for each job that gets filled here, they're going to generate new amenities, which means that this number is going to start going up. So in this case, I've got enough people. We only need 1 more person, and then this unlocks. We actually have enough space for 3 more, and those 3 people are going to be generating amenities, which is why I'm not worrying too much about that. So that's like a very detailed way that I think about it. You'll notice here I'm just kind of going through these ones. I'm like, okay, I'm at 5. We're going to be going up to 6. I need to build something at some point here. You know, I've got a surplus of housing. You know, we're at 5 right now, so I'm okay there. Amenities could be better, but realistically, what am I looking for here? We'll probably do some more mining. You know, I think what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to focus on the thing that the planet has the most of. So in this case, this is going to create 2 jobs. 2 jobs here. I still need to create 2 more, but I know that I'm covered for the next little bit while we're on our way to 10. Akram, again, we have space for 2 more workers, but I also have a bunch of space available here. So I'm not too worried about this. Again, what I should have done was I should have torn down these mining districts and focused only on energy, but I'm not gonna redo that at the moment here. Similar story here. I've got capacity for a lot of these different things, so I'm not too worried about any of these planets not having things to do. The ones that I do start worrying about is when we're getting close to filling up all the jobs and it's not really clear what these people are going to be doing. So, but my more immediate concern is that these guys are going to go and try and retake Trunt. So
Upscaling
what I'm going to
complete.
do is send my oh, they changed their plan. All right, so we're going to turn around, let them come to us. Actually, I'm going to get these guys on point, and that's just because there's some weaker
Upscaling
ships
complete.
here. All right, let's see what's going on here. So these guys are okay. Oreb has finished construction, so we've got the hangar bay. Tricky. I think I'm going to build... I'm not going to build anything here, actually. There should be a way that I can extend the range of the... ships. I think I'll worry about that a little bit later. So the recycling campaign edict, I actually have some money left over, so let's take a quick second. Can you summon a giant space dragon? Funny you should mention that, Johnny. You talking about this one? Let's see. Probably do one of these. I don't have a lot of options without the gamepad, but do you have anything you'd like to say to the dragon? Perhaps an apology? Yeah, I mean, I'm not kidding when I say, like, this game is all science fiction. There's if you can think it, it's probably in here. We've also got an automated dreadnought against, a super evil red sun. Presumably the elusive man is on here somewhere. Okay, so this is unexpected. Excuse me. I'm happy they're doing this. I am slightly... So this is like... These are not the sort of things where you're like, and this was why I won the battle. I'm putting these guys ahead because they are at full strength, and they're already 4 times the strength of this fleet here. I do kind of want my 9.1k strength fleet to get involved as well, but I want this guy on point so that they can absorb... Essentially, these guys are going to screen whatever's coming through here. And then these guys can still focus on bombing the hell out of the capital. Speaking of... Oh, we've basically completely devastated the planet. So once... I'm going to eliminate this potential threat to my landing armies. But once this battle is done... And I feel like we need to do a proper... Oh, wow, they're not even going to participate. Okay, well, that's fine. Also, let me just... check in on my edict. So the recycling campaign is done. We've got MRA 6. Oh, right. There are no separate battle modes. Oh, are you talking, like, are you thinking as in, like, Total War, MRA 6? I had... Okay, so I'm just keeping an eye on my finances. So we need 5, 10, 15,000 within the next... 6 years. So I've got a 4,000 surplus before I need to do this again. So recycling will definitely... Well, let me think again. Think a little bit about this. So the next bill comes due in 2 years. If I generate 400... I mean, it's about 4,000. We'll do a healthcare campaign because more people working on resources is always best. And in this case, I'm actually going to spend some influence on research grants because, again, as we said, technology is my strength. So, like in Master and Orion or other Space 4X games, but this has battle in the same system view. Correct. I would actually say so. Probably the battles are a little bit like... I always like to compare them to Endless Space because if you sort of look at the construction of the ship, you have the usual rock... I mean, this isn't just exclusively to Endless Space, but you usually have like the rock, paper, scissors of like lasers are countered by shields, but shields are countered by physical weapons, and then, you know, you have rockets, which are usually very high-risk propositions. If they can get through, they do a lot of damage no matter what, but they can be shot out. But then you have like little nuances, like for instance the ion disruptor is actually very good at penetrating shields and armor, but maybe not as good at issuing out damage as the gamma laser is. So, but yeah, all of it happens within the game, and the really nice thing about it is you can slow it down. And for those of you who want to know how to do this, you hit Control F9, and then you unpause, and you just watch the very beautiful space battles. Looks like the 9K fleet did decide to join us anyway. Or maybe we'll just take a minute. Looks like this guy's really getting it, so we'll watch him blow up. Oh, and our little space friend is participating. It's gonna blow. So we're basically mopping up the transports. At this point, so this planet's going to be sort of recharging its armies. We don't want to give them any breathing space. So we've pushed the battle far enough away from the planet that this is safe, and we're attacking their armies. The only possible backup is coming from the shore. So we're now going to take their homeworld. Did they escape or explode? So these ones explode. These ones exploded. It's usually just if you sort of see them breaking in half. You'll usually see a bright flash if they escape. The way that the game represents it, you'll see the little flags. But we should get the butcher's bill at the end of the lineup. The fact that like you see these things here in flames, these are definitely ships that died, and unfortunately the ones that escape, it's a little hard to represent. But you know what? I bet it'll happen on at least some. There we go. That was a perfect example of one that escaped the battle. So. In the meantime, though, I really love watching the invasions, so we're gonna change the perspective just a bit. Gonna appropriately dramatic angle. This is the invasion fleet. You bought this game and want to start it? I mean, there's nothing stopping you, tall man.
Outlier identified.
Oop, battle's done, so. Through hard work and experience, Admiral Daisy Bloom has developed new skills. She has the resilient trait, and this barren and lifeless world is showing signs of once having supported a biosphere, so we will research it. It's so massive that I'm scared. I hear that a lot, tall man. Okay, so would it be safe to say that you guys... So, from what I understand, there are some YouTubers who do very good tutorials for this game, but would it be fair to say that if you had the option, like if I had unlimited time, you would like to see a tutorial from me for this game? Because I'm willing to consider that for sure. The biggest thing is that like I don't have, it's not like I have some supercomputer brain that makes me uniquely capable of playing Stellaris. It's just that I'm able to manage the information that comes in a particular way. And like I play this game very slowly. I would not play this game this way in multiplayer, for instance. So it definitely actually has a very good tutorial within the game, but I don't know. There seems to be something now where people really like getting quote-unquote influencers to do their tutorials. And it makes sense, right? Because this is like someone who's kind of like you, who owns this game and you want to hear other people who have bought it tell you how the game is. So I think there's something fair about it. Okay, that's fair. No promises on it, because that's a fairly large undertaking for me, but I'll definitely consider it. The biggest thing for me here is to make sure that the Flourishing Bion Armada and the Burgeoning Bion Armada are untouched. The main reason for that is any replacements need to come from the equity system, which is obviously very far away. So I'm trying to manage my... So this is the reason why I haven't just been barreling through their territory, right? I want to make sure that I heal all of my ships before I send them home. So anyways, I'm actually going to send these guys to heal. That's because I think they're running off, and I don't mind letting them go. Anyways, I was also going to have the big dramatic reveal. Oh wow, the invasion fleet's just on top of them. So, hey, no problem, The Exception. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you had a good time. So yeah, I just love seeing these little drop pods come down. I want to go from a different angle, but I know it's not always pleasant to have the sun staring at you, so...
Attempting to acquire planetary market.
So, yeah, suffice to say, we might have gone a little overkill in terms of the planetary defenses.
Planetary market secured.
But we didn't lose any soldiers, which is important. So, through hard work and development, General Rowan Life has developed new skills. So, I believe in Siplum... Ah, yes. This is where they discovered that there are scarier things in the galaxy than my guys. So I mean, this isn't great. We've lost 2 of our bases to the enemy, but we did just take their home world. So I think that's a reasonably fair split. I'm really surprised that this occupation is so low, though. So maybe I need to wait for like a month to turn over. So what we'll do here, I'm obviously going to wait on the existing fleets to heal. And then once they've healed, we're going to start making our move. And again, we talked about this a little bit earlier. We're going to sew up Gillis. Gillis is going to be the place where my fleets can sort of repair. And then, essentially, if I can make it this way, it'd be great to have sort of the main fleet move up to Markab, because that's not so far away from their capital world. And then to get the smaller fleet to take care of some of the border worlds. And then as that gets sewn up, we're going to be able to sort of move the main fleet into some of these other areas and start cleaning up. So, do you settle for white peace where you lose worlds? Oh, sorry. Do you settle for peace where you lose worlds? Well, me personally, I'm like kicking ass here. So I'm actually trying to turn them into a subsidiary. But and if you're asking about the possibility, I think it's possible to put the demands in. I can't remember exactly how the demands work on their own, but I seem to. Actually, hang on. In the sense of like Europa Universalis, where you could like... No, actually, I think even in Europa Universalis, if you're the loser, I don't think you can claim territory. So now that I think of it, I don't believe if you're on the losing side, you can actually have an exchange of planets. I believe the best you can hope for in that case is just a status quo. You captured systems but lost them. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. So yeah, no, this is basically the current state in the conflict. So they have taken these systems, but if I successfully take over this whole area, I mean, again, I'm turning them into a subsidiary. So even if they did wind up claiming these systems, it'd just be like, okay, well, you know, actually, I guess it's these guys who hold. So I'm not turning them into a vassal. But yeah, no, in that particular case, if you. So in the Apocalypse expansion, if you develop the there's like the Planet Buster weapon, and then I think if you have an ethic known as like a, what is it, a oh, it's like Driven Exterminator? That doesn't sound right. That sounds like an AI focus. Anyways, there's this like, oh, Fanatical Purifier or something like that. Basically, unless you are the most warlike of warlike, or you have developed the, you know, the interstellar version of the atomic bomb, there's like there's an ultimate war kind of casus belli, which allows you to basically, if you take over a system, the borders shift and the map suddenly looks very different. So that is a possibility, but even then, that isn't part of a negotiated peace. That is basically the rules of war have changed, and once you claim a system, it's yours, and then vice versa. But in this particular case here, this is something that is affecting the war score, but if I were to end this war, these systems would go back to me. So our detailed survey of Harebrained 1 has revealed that it may once have supported life in the distant past. There are significant deposits of frozen water at the polar ice caps, and beneath the planet's surface, the existence of valley networks suggests that the water may once have flowed freely. Terraforming this planet would be theoretically possible, but we do not yet possess the technology to accomplish this monumental task within a realistic time frame.
A system has been surveyed.
The material composition of this asteroid differs significantly from its neighbors. It likely has a different origin than other bodies in this asteroid belt and should be investigated more closely. So we'll research that. It looks like all of my navies are healed up. Let's also make sure that my cute little amoeba is healthy. Where are you, Yuka? This is mine, and it's cute. Oh my god, it's eating one of the spaceships! Oh, that's horrible! Oh, the humanity! Why, Yuka? Oh, why? Anyways, we found this. So I don't even know where they're heading. But what we're going to do here, again, we've got just this overwhelming power. One thing I am going to do, which I'm going to feel bad about, but let's just find our good Corvettes. Why did the space monster join your team? So you'll notice, Emre, that some of the in some of the moments of the game, there's sometimes these menus that pop up and say, you know, hey, there's a terraforming candidate that you found. Essentially what's happening, I've sort of automated this away because it's not something that I'm not spending too much time on it personally. The game will usually inform me, and then I sort of know how I want to handle them. But every once in a while you're going to encounter these anomalies, and you get your spaceships or your science ships to examine them. One thing that's maybe not so apparent in this game because we're well into it, but one big part of the game is sort of going out into the dark and seeing what's out in space. So for instance, at some point I would like to go here and just see what's out there. And there's a few reasons to do that. I mean, number one, you might potentially gain more resources, or have interesting, find major strategic resources. So for instance, these volatile motes are very helpful because they'll allow me to build more alloys, which are required for building sort of more military-focused buildings and units. Or these exotic gases, for instance, are something that I would like more because they'll help my research. But another big thing is that these anomalies will sometimes give you special events, and those are what these pop-up menus are. A lot of them have been terraforming worlds, but there's lots of different things that can happen, and I'm running with all of the different DLC, so Distant Stars and Leviathans added quite a few story events. So essentially, Yuka, we actually got to choose the name from a list, was the result of an anomaly. There was essentially a space, so it's one of these space amoeba that essentially kind of bonded with one of our science ships and eventually grew up and has now sort of joined my my forces, for lack of a better term. For some reason, I have fired all of my admirals? That ain't right. Rowan Hawthorne, or I gotta make a Daisy Bloom. I'd like to put a Hawthorne in charge of the Navy, but wait a minute, Daisy Bloom is commanding both? That ain't right. That was weird. So yeah, another example of an anomaly. So for instance, one of the things that saved me from any invasion attempts on this system, and the whole reason I sort of colonized this part of space was to be able to gain this 15 research. There was another event that turned these things into sort of passive entities. So this has 2.5k strength, and the fleet that they were originally taking these systems with was something like about 2.6. So they just simply didn't have the strength to be able to take these things out. But because I was, I went for the option that made them passive, this kind of gave me an indirect defense of my systems. So, well, I think that was an event that came in with Distant Stars, so if that's a DLC you don't own, then that might be why. Alright, I would love to have admirals for this, but I'm not going to delay it, so let's move to the system and hope these things get sorted out.
Upscaling complete.
Okay, eventually I'm going to need to do some stuff with... I'm going to need to do some stuff with employment, but I think we're okay for now. Again, I'm shocked that occupation, which includes the capital world, is so low, but fossils from what appears to be several species of aquatic animals have been found on the barren and airless surface of 333P34T1. There are indications that the surrounding asteroid belt was created from the remains of a shattered planet, and these findings seem to confirm that theory. Judging by the fossils, the planet supported life and was at least partially covered by water. Just as long as it's not the system that contains Earth. Okay, we are able to consider a new path. So I think we originally said we're going to do domination because we are considering some subsidiaries. But as with everything, we're kind of, so it's not just that I'm committing myself to one path here. It's that to like one choice here. It's that I'm ideally going to just fully explore this path moving forward. So what I want to be doing is I want to be considering on like a multiple decades time horizon. So first thing is to clear the blocker cost. I'm really past the point of getting any advantage from that, but fair enough. When we complete it, we will get additional monthly influence. Governor leader caps, capital buildings and housing buildings provide one bonus housing. That's actually pretty good. I don't really have any enforcers, so we don't need to worry much about that. Resource output from workers and slaves increased by 5%. Now, we don't have any slaves, and we won't have any slaves because we're an egalitarian society, but workers is good. And then ruler level cap increased by 2. So these are not really the strongest. The ones that I'm most interested in, to be completely honest, are the production-focused ones here. So what are my other alternatives? Well, we can get diplomacy. Diplomatic influence costs are reduced. All of them will increase the trust cap. We already had a federation, so that didn't go so well. Trade value is pretty good here. Federation naval capacity counts for twice as much. Fair enough. Market fee reduced by 10%. I mean, we already have the marketplace in our existing system, so that would be a nice hefty discount. And then base trade protection for trade routes is increased by 5. So this is definitely a good economic focused advantage. But again, like, I'm not, so if you think about the things that I really need the most, I don't exactly need more money. Like, you always need more money, sure, but I definitely need more material goods in a way that I don't need more money, which is what these things are giving me. And then, of course, the last option is supremacy. Supremacy is going to make me a better warrior. I'm in the middle of a war. But this is a really good example about why I might want to consider something on the long term rather than the short term. So first, short-term benefit, increase the starbase capacity and the army damage. Well, I haven't used up all my starbase capacity, and my army's doing just fine, thanks. Build costs reduced. Again, nice. Upkeep costs. I mean, this does give me some more access to resources. Fire rate increased, starbase damage. Like, all of these things are pretty nice to have. The only catch is I'm not entirely sure what wars I'm going to be getting into. Like, none of those wars are enough to keep the marauders at bay. Whereas the domination option, being able to sort of produce more from my workers is a fairly big deal. Like, that is going to help me with things like alloys and consumer goods and whatnot. So in this case, I'm going to focus on domination. 1, because I am going to start having subjects, but also 2, because I do want to sort of focus on generating some more material goods. So I'm going to start after unlocking domination. My path is going to be public trust officers, workplace motivators. Then I'm going to move over here, and it'll probably be Imperious architecture. And then, the governor and ruler caps and whatnot. Where are we at? I mean, Rose Maple is getting close to her cap anyway, so I might want to reevaluate that, but we'll figure it out at the time. I am going to focus on domination, though, so...
Upscaling complete.
And in the meantime, I still want to keep adding to my slush fleet if I can, so... Nope, still don't have enough for a cruiser, so be it. I'm a little surprised that this is no longer 4K strength. That might have been because I moved the Admiral. This barren and lifeless world is showing signs of once having supported a biosphere. So again, this is going to be a complete just wipeout, but... esteemed Chief Executive Olive Oak, a decade ago, Rhizome Capital pledged to support the artisan troupe, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask. Would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? And it is a deal. 5,000 energy, that is meaningful, but in this particular case, it is going to boost our unity, which is fairly important, so... Obviously, these guys are running off. We sort of accepted that that was going to happen, though. Now, my fear is that these guys ran away, and they're going to start focusing on these areas.
Engaged.
So I do kind of want to get these territories sewn up as early as I can. And that's one of the reasons why I'm actually putting the effort into improving things at Equity Station. It's not quite what I want them to do. Okay, what's the weakest? No, Destroyer's not too healthy, to be honest, but we'll risk it.
Research actualized.
Battleships, the largest of the standard military vessels. Battleships are traditionally heavily armored and sport several gun batteries. Now, I'd love to crank out as many of these things as I possibly can. I'm short on money, and I want to make sure that I fill out my slush fleet first. So, a lot of this is sort of future nice-to-haves. So mining station output would be pretty good because I'm going to be building a lot of infrastructure. Alternatively, I can focus on improvements to my military. This is a really tough one, actually. I think I'm going to go for the cheapest as usual, so I go for the mining station output or the quanta. I think I'm going to do the military focus. And again, the reasoning here is I do want to try and give myself as much of a chance as I can if these guys wake up. Okay, we've read this a couple of times before, so I'm just going to skip over that. Apologies for those of you who like to hear me read everything. Yep, the most recent new DLC is the Megacorps expansion, which I've personally been enjoying. It may be worth mentioning because obviously I am talking about how much I like this game and all of the wonderful things inside of it. I was given a press key by Paradox, so if you know, if that matters to anybody, I do have sort of an interest inside there.
Research actualized.
But the big thing is, like, this is a very different game from when it first came out. I've always thought that it's a good game, but it's clearly a fairly different beast from what we maybe remember on release. So probably the two biggest changes in the game have been Apocalypse, which changed the borders, and you know, introduced planet crackers if you own it. But the other big change has been the entire sort of production process. All of these rules in terms of how the economy of the game works. That's all changed. You know, I think I'm going to do something a little different from what I was expecting. So Marcab has 1.4K. I don't feel very comfortable doing this, but I'm going to take the burgeoning. So I'm actually going to get the burgeoning to go and take the Xeris system, because that's a pretty weak base. And the flourishing, even though it's got a couple of wounded ships, I think we're actually going to make our move on the big system. And the reason for that will be apparent in a moment. But yeah, so Megacorps has basically changed the production system. So it's no longer energy, minerals, food. They've added consumer goods and alloys. So you can sort of think of these as like raw materials that get transformed into sort of more intermediate goods. And it just adds another level of planning to the game, and it's really effective. I am enjoying it very much. In this case, I think I'm going to do Galactic Administration for the civic slot. It would be good to do Artificial Moral Codes, but it's just too good of a bonus to pass up here. But yeah, if you haven't tried it, especially because they did also update the tutorial, which I know doesn't normally happen. It's really a good time to get interested in Stellaris again. Okay. So I'm sort of crossing my fingers and hoping that the big fleet doesn't get any losses, but if it does, I mean, I just have to live with it, right? I can't live in fear of losing ships the whole time. Fortunately, they are pretty good at ripping through stations pretty quick. What kind of an army are we looking at here? 91? I don't even think we need to worry about bombing it. So we'll send these guys straight to the... Oh, looks like they're chasing the science ship. I wonder if we'll catch it. Yeah. Well, we might as well do a little bombing. Give the troops something to do. Okay, so what are we looking at here? This... Oh yeah, they're totally going for it. Alright. Bring it. And let's get the amoeba in too. So, transport ship died. So far, no casualties, so good news there.
Upscaling complete.
I wish the amoeba would just kind of come over the
Potential market
horizon.
survey completed.
So I'm pretty sure we lost some ships on that. 1 Corvette and a Raider, so that's equivalent to 2 Corvettes, by my reckoning. Okay, so we're going to send these guys to heal up, because I can't afford to lose
Future
too many
market
more of
survey
those.
complete.
We are okay as far as any immediate threats are concerned, so this opens the door to the... this opens the door to these guys getting in, doing their invasion. I think in this case we're actually gonna... So again, no point in keeping these guys from healing up. What are we looking at here?
Competitors detected.
Ah, nice. Okay, so basically, I changed my mind a little bit. I don't think I need to worry about any defensive platforms. So essentially what's going to happen here, these guys are going to hop from sector to sector, and eventually they're going to take on this planet. In the meantime, the full strength fleet is going to be moving on to this choke point. And again, I want to figure out what's going on with these guys. So it looks like they're really determined to head here, which is generally good news because it means that a sort of a sneak onto Hythus is not going to happen. But I always want to be on the guard just in case. Okay, so new cruiser. Oh wait, I think I messed this up. No, I need 7, so 4 cruisers. And let me just... Okay, so these guys are... Yeah, 2, 3, 6, 17. So I want to build 1 more cruiser, ideally 11 more destroyers. I don't know if I'll have the capacity for that or not, and then a handful of corvettes to bring these guys up to speed. Oh, I commend your bravery, sir. I think there's something a little wacky going on with the AI, to be totally honest. Okay, so these guys are off doing their thing.
Research actualized.
This is going to be a big fireworks show. We might lose some ships, but it's worth it because this is gonna give me a big benefit. Quantum missiles, the latest version of space-to-space missiles. The upgraded variant has an immensely powerful warhead that draws energy from a zero-point vacuum. So, I did say I was going to be building destroyers next, so standardized destroyer patterns, lower cost, faster speed is just what the doctor ordered. And before I go too far, looks like... So in Avsiva, I'm going to be able to build another corporate building. The catch is, this is one of the few times that I don't actually need to improve my consumer goods. I might even consider doing something like private military industries. I think, before I go too far, I'm going to take a quick look at my existing systems and make sure everything's the way that it should be. So, Yamal's good. Gaul is good. Paradaya has openings, but I don't need to worry too much about them. Again, the amenities will be taken as these roles get filled up. Python still isn't in population problems. Stebanar, I'm eventually going to need to figure out what I do with these guys, so let's give them another mining district. Akram plenty of slack. I might want to consider building another farm here just so that they can get to work on that, but Ugrala, we're good up to 10 jobs, so I don't need to worry too much about that. Kathea, I need to figure out what they want to do. In this case, I think we'll build another another mine. And then on the second Ugrala, we are at capacity, so I need to make a decision. Honestly, there's not a lot of great options. This is not the best farming planet. It's not the best mineral planet. There's lots of room for city districts, but I'm not... So it's pretty clear that the majority of what I'm going to be gaining from this planet will actually be in specialized buildings. So what I'm going to start doing is building up the housing, and we'll figure out what we do. So this is going to be like a specialist world in terms of the building. So I'm actually building up 2 of those because that'll create 4 jobs. That'll take me up to 10. This might even just be some like corporate office where they only generate Unity or something like that. Now the Vale I actually need to start making some decisions about because they're pretty close to their next level of population and I've been ignoring them for so long. Thing is, like, this place is amazing for natural resources. I only have like 23 districts. I mean, it'll be 21 in total. So it's like, I guess, well, it won't even be like all 12 and then the rest going because I still need to build housing. But I need to make a decision. So it's clear that I'm going down an energy path here. So I think what I'll do, I will build an energy grid, but this is not actually going to create... Well, sorry, it'll create 1 job. So what I'll do as well is I'm going to build another generator. And then we'll figure out, again, with the open building slot, there's maybe something else that we'll do there. That's taken care of my sort of my immediate concerns. Now, if I want to upgrade... So, I have sort of 2 ways of thinking about this. I can say, well, this does keep me from... this does keep me from building more consumer goods factories on other worlds, and that's true. What am I giving up instead? Well, I'm giving up opportunities to build Unity. I'm giving up opportunities to generate research. I guess the thing is, though, is that... So the reason... Okay, so here's the way I think about this. This is not necessarily going to be the way that you should think about it. The one thing I'm not going to build on any of these corporate offices are private research enterprises. Why? Well, I mean, at 600, adding another 1% to my research is not like... I'm not going to go crazy about that, right? Like, would you spend 800 minerals, 8 months worth of production in order to get a 1% bonus to science? It's nice, but it's not like... I'm not going to fall over myself for it, right? Now let's consider the alternative. Private military industries, 3 alloys. Not overwhelming. It's not like I'm not writing home about that, but at least it's 6%. That is a fairly big bonus to in relation to the private research enterprises, and it costs less. The other way that I could think about this is maybe don't focus on the actual output, but maybe I'm like, okay, so yes, I'm ahead of the game with my consumer goods right now, but I know that when I spend a consumer goods, I'm going to be spending it on Rhizome Capital, and on Rhizome Capital, I just have so many multipliers in terms of what the science produced on there is. I actually want to make sure that I'm building consumer goods on these branch offices because they're an input to something that I'm so much more specialized in. This, by the way, is how people think about real-world economies do. But I think in this particular case here, I'm generally feeling pretty secure in my consumer goods production. I actually have a little bit of... I have some spare space in terms of things like exotic gases and volatile motes. So what I might wind up doing here is I might actually go for the extra alloys, just because I don't see him. I mean, like the naval capacity, that's nice, you know, some additional food is nice. I am a little bit low on food, although I've obviously already built some extra infrastructure for that. Being able to, oh no, this is upkeep, so that's not generating gas. You know, being able to get some extra amenities or trade value or things like that. Like, all of these are nice to haves. But I just think when it comes down to it, being able to, you know, produce sort of 3 alloys sight unseen, that's going to go to help feed my navies, and certainly I've been feeling the pinch as far as alloys go. So, how you doing, Limping Space? Good to see you again. I haven't shouted out you or Johnny Big Time yet, by the way. So I've been, I'm just going to do the lazy shout outs, and mention that these are 2 very good people. I'll maybe do like a more elaborate one in a little bit later, but I have been kind of slow on making progress inside the game. But yeah, hopefully you please do check out these streamers. They are definitely good friends of the streams. You know what? I'm just gonna send the foundling off to bully the transport fleet. Yeah, 2 absolutely wonderful streamers who are good friends of this streams, and I definitely like recommending them and shouting them out. This is going to be a slightly less elaborate one just because I want to try and make some progress inside the game, but please do not take that as any lack of enthusiasm for what they do.
Planetary asset.
All right. So again, the big key here is I'm trying to avoid any losses because that'll make my attrition go up pretty high.
Planetary market secured.
Okay, so great news there. A few, you know, dents on the armor, but we've got another planet in our possession. What's basically going to be happening here, we're going to be going to sort of this really nice little area. So one of the reasons I want to try and lock this up if I can is that this is a lot harder for them to defend. So it's going to take them a long time, or to take back. So what's going to happen is it's going to take them a long time to get here, first of all. If you take a look at what happened on Gillis, right? So this is, you know, this has started to repair itself. So this is 842 strength. I have been kicking their ass this whole time, which means that the fleets that are kind of, you know, going to be coming to try and defend this. Now, I don't think it's going to be enough. Like, if we take a look at this, oh, I can't even see the strength of it. Like, I don't think these are going to be things that will hold off the fleet on their own, but basically they're going to have to make this long journey from where they're focusing on here. They're going to have to go all the way around to try and claim this. In the meantime, I'm going to be able to make my move on Starmag. So when they finally show up, it's going to be at a time when, you know, when all these defensive positions are in place, which means it's going to be very slow progress while I claim more worlds. And then, you know, I'm going to be the thing is that they're going to be wanting to move back towards the capital, which means that ultimately my path to engage them is going to go through sort of the big prize. So I'm pretty happy with the plan we have. One thing I might normally do is sort of split these fleets up so that they can cover more ground, but the thing is that I'm really sensitive to losses because I am short on alloys, so I don't want to be creating too much space junk as a result of all of this. So if I can, I'll get another cruiser, but alright, so Yuka now needs to... So this is obviously pretty timely.
A system has been surveyed. Starbase under assault.
Alright, so if we lose this, this is a shame. But what I think is going to happen is we're going to have a nice big 9K fleet come in, smack these guys around, and then we'll... I mean, this is great, right? Because what's happened here, because they decided to go on the aggressive with Xeris, I'm going to take them out. We'll move straight up to Beskel. Beskel's now not going to have a fleet defending it. It's just going to be 1.3K. So instead of me facing down sort of about 2 or 3K in terms of fleet strength, they decided to split it up into 2 engagements in areas that are favorable to me, which means we're just going to be able to continue to sort of choke them out of all of their comfort zones. We're still at -50, so again, the occupation's really low. I'm assuming this is because there's this other this other group. If I'm actually going to have to start claiming these worlds, this is going to be a big problem for me. But again, I suppose in the worst case scenario, we just start gobbling up as many of these systems as we can. What I'll be worried about is if we start getting to like the 70% area and I don't see any end in sight. Yeah, no worries, Johnny. I will admit this was it was not my best, but I'm obviously a little conscious about the fact that I've been more talky this stream. And I know, like, here's the thing. I know some people really like that. I also know that when I start off a stream that way, like, I'll start maybe with like 8 people watching, and then it'll drop to like 3. And there's really no good way of making everybody happy with that. So when I talk a little bit too much at the beginning, I try and make sure that the middle of the game, even if I'm just on a talky day, that it's all about sort of strategy and building things up. So for instance, I hope Hidden Citizen found the more elaborate description of how I think about this game to be to be helpful in terms of approaching something like that. Because the thing to remember is, like, this is the grand strategy game that made it to consoles, and by all accounts is very good on consoles. So, like, okay, so please keep in mind, I did not mean to just say that people who play console games are morons. That is not the takeaway. But what I mean to say is that console will obviously limit the number of inputs that you can give. You know, you've got, what is it, something like 4 little triggers on the back, you've got 2 little joysticks, you've got 4 buttons, and like a direction pad. So, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of expression that you can find inside of that, but clearly this game takes place, you know, in your head, both in terms of the fantasy about space, but also in terms of sort of deciding what your next few moves are going to be. And I personally find that really exciting that they found a way to sort of translate that to a console experience. Especially too, I don't know if you guys realize this, like I am undeniably a PC gamer. But it's important to remember, I think something like Take-Two's, like, their revenues, I believe it's like 80% of that comes from console gaming. I think EA, it's something like 60-70%. It's probably more like 70%. I know NHL is not available on anything but console, and that makes me sad. You know, I'm probably the one out of like the publishers that are on North American stock exchanges. I think Activision Blizzard is probably the most PC centric, and even then, like, Diablo's on Switch now. There was a StarCraft console edition, but apparently the less said about that, the better, I'm told. But yeah, I don't know. I just think it's really, like, a console is pretty important. You know, me with the hot takes. So it's just really exciting to me that a company like Paradox is able to translate a style of game which has brought me a lot of joy into something that the majority of gamers are able to appreciate. And I'm also very excited by the fact that people really seem to be into it. So I wouldn't want to be the one responsible for the translation, don't get me wrong, but I'm really glad that somebody smarter than me was assigned to it. So yeah, I really don't like the sentiment of PC Master Race. Because when I think, like, I know mobile gaming is like one of these things I'm never gonna sell people on, but like all the mobile games I've played are actually really good ones. I like mobile gaming a lot. It's just that strategy is available on... So the thing for me is that strategy is really available on PC, and so that's why I tend to play it that much. Also, welcome, Augmentus. Sorry I didn't say hi to you earlier. But the interesting thing is that the second platform where strategy is most available is on mobile. There's actually a couple of very good mobile strategy games, and if you really want to see somebody distilling a genre down to its essence, the mobile space is really good for that. So now again, there's a bunch of nonsense on mobile too. But I mean, when's the last time you've gone and taken a look at the new releases on Steam? Like, that is not a mobile only problem. So yeah, that's the funny thing. Like, apparently I'm at the two poles. Like, I really like PC gaming, and then I really like the one area that I know everybody gets mad about, which is mobile. So The material composition of this asteroid differs significantly from its neighbors. It likely has a different origin than the other bodies in this asteroid belt and should be investigated more closely. So, you'll notice that I've kind of just been letting these things... I forgot to unpause. I've just kind of been letting these things run on their own, and that's partly because I don't want to... Like, I want to be really careful on seeing when ships show up to take back the capital. Did we lose anything? No, we didn't. They lost quite a bit, though. So what I basically... Oh, God. Okay, clearly I need whiskey. I want to make sure that I don't lose their capital world. On top of this, I want to make sure that I'm making some meaningful progress without losing ships to claiming their own worlds. Again, I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to be able to seal the deal as far as the subjugation is concerned. I might need to start taking out some of their allies. But if I can be prompt about it, this is better. So I wonder if they'll escape. They did not escape. Although it is difficult to accept, all indications point towards asteroid WX-1203 being a coprolite, a piece of fossilized feces from some kind of massive life form. It appears to be almost 1 billion years old, and much of the fossil's original organic composition has been replaced by mineral deposits. Our scientists are baffled as to what kind of creature could have produced something like this. Look upon me! Sorry. Alright, gateway travel. This is a pretty big one, and this is why I wound up, like 3 hours ago I was talking about my building of a base at Urim. This is because now I'm going to be able to open these things up. The ability to reactivate the derelict gateway stations can be found scattered throughout the galaxy has the potential to dramatically shorten travel times. So, I think I'm going to go for the cheap technology again, so this is either tachyon sensors or plasma cannons. In this case, I really do like sensors, so we'll be moving on there. We're going to switch things out so that Cognat can take advantage of her specialization on computers. And we are heading towards... I mean, so this is the 406 strength limping towards the base. I'm not too worried about that. Oh, looks like they brought friends. So I'm actually rather going to enjoy this because this is the first chance I've been able to smack these guys around. Completed. So again, admittedly it's more strength than I was planning on dealing with. Okay, that's good. We didn't lose anybody here. So we get to go in at the full 1.3 strength. So the great news about that is I don't know where these guys... fleets. They might get knocked back home for all I know. If that happens, that's exceptionally good. But in this particular case here, we're just able to bully them a bit more as far as our ability to take their worlds. And the nice thing here too is that this gives me sort of a repair base. So hopefully we don't lose any ships. Actually, it looks like we lost a Corvette. No, actually, it's 24 Corvettes in my... Or is it?
Research actualized.
I feel like I've lost ships in that fleet. Nope, there's still 80 strength. Cool. Well, they're chasing down a colony ship. This will be fun to watch, so we're going to slow it right down. I'm going to try and get a little more precise on my aim. Oh, okay, I got to zoom out a bit. They're too far away. Well, you know what? We'll just watch the bullets as they emerge. So we'll see if I can do a tracking shot. Normally the grips are the ones who do this. I get the last part about what you said about views. You had the same issue, but one day hop on, next thing you know, you have 12K worth of people. Oh yeah. I just don't want to put too much of my value into that follows and views number. Obviously, it's nice to know that the time that you spend doing this sort of stuff is paying off. Like, it would be nice to be able to turn around and say, you know, I went and you know, I took the time, I chose to. So, you know, obviously there's a bunch of econ projects that I want, or maybe not so obviously in my case, but for those of you who know me, there's no shortage of econ projects that I would like to do. And choosing to stream means that I'm not doing that. And that's fine. Like, it's a decision that I've made. Nobody put a gun to my head and said, you know, stream stream Cultist Simulator, stream Stellaris, or else. But I sort of know what that research would be. And I mean, like, we're talking fun stuff, like things that relate to board games and video games, and like it's purely like joyful things. It's not like just sitting down and trying to make like millionaires more money or something like that. Oh no, this is good. But you know, I also sort of know that in terms of streaming, like it's for me, it's one of the, so out of all the things I could be doing, streaming is probably one of the lowest productivity activities I can do. In terms of like the amount of attention or money or however you want to measure it, I would probably generate the least amount doing that, and that's not a criticism of my streaming style. I mean, there's things I could get better at, but that's a long-term consideration. It's more a statement on having a specialty and being very good at the other things that I want to do. But the thing is that if I just reduce it down to a viewer number, if it's like, okay, I need at least 100 concurrent viewers every time I go online, or it's just not worth it, I should spend the time like doing regressions or something like that, then what I've done is I've effectively said, all of you people who are coming in on a regular basis and being so pleasant in chat, you don't matter. You know, all that matters is the absolute number, and because there aren't enough of you coming in, I'm just going to take my ball and go home. And I think that's a really bad attitude for me. Well, it would be a bad attitude for me to have if I had it. So I'm still trying to find that balance. And I mean, there's entire games made around this, right? This is what The Sims is all about. This is what Cultist Simulator is about. Managing that very finite resource that you have in the time that you have in the world. But like I said, I mean, being able to stream Stellaris, especially last week when there were clearly so many people getting really excited about the game and you know, talking about, you know, wanting to try it for the first time, because I know a few of you guys have it in your library and you just either been intimidated or there are other opportunities that come up. I love sharing this game, and really having people say that they're getting into games as a result of this work is probably one of the most rewarding parts. So anyways, there's my monologue on streaming and all of that. I'm fine, but I really appreciate you saying that, Mantis. I'm sorry if you came here for gameplay and I disrespected your comment by going on such a long tangent on it, but I appreciate you speaking from your own experience, because obviously it's nice to hear that it's not, I don't know, it's always nice to hear that there are fellow travelers. All right. The administrative needs of a star empire are as numerous as they are complex. We will rise to the occasion. Let's figure out what we're researching first. So this is social research. We could do food processing centers. Problem is that I don't want to give up the moats for that. So chemical bliss is probably not where I want to go with that. But chemical bliss is cheap. You know what? I'm going to do galactic campaigns, especially because this guy is an expert in military theory. And apparently I've been neglecting engineering, so I don't know what we got. But so I can get extra city district housing, which is pretty good at this moment, to be completely honest. I think I'm going to go for the cheapest again, though. 6 months we get improved strikecraft. I mean, it's another tool for the arsenal. So okay. So how are our plans going? I'm just going to bomb this planet for a little bit, and it's mostly just so that this station can get repaired, and I can and the flourishing bion can focus on its can sort of use this as a base of operations. In the meantime, actually, you know what? This is going to take a while to get to Horsham, so I might as well. Again, we've got clear paths, right? We own all of these systems, and there's no military ships in the area. So I'm actually just going to go straight for the invasion. Now, the drawback here is that I'm sort of committing to holding this, which is a very different prospect. But this is appealing to me because essentially, so logistics matter a lot more after Apocalypse, which I like, right? Because, you know, there's the old saying, you know, amateurs talk of tactics, professionals talk of logistics. The big thing here is that I do have this ticker. So, like, I have not lost a single battle unless you count sort of these fringe colonies sort of being temporarily taken by this other force. It is quite literally just the time that's going by that's making this tick up. But this is a real cost, and this is a real concern. So I want to make sure that I'm taking as many planets as I can, and I'm inflicting as much damage as possible. Basically, I'm trying to make sure that I'm doing this as efficiently as I can. So one of the big things here is that knowing that there's no potential interception of my big fleet, that's a big deal for me. Being able to take this weaker fleet and just pop these little outposts means quite a bit to me. Because eventually what's going to happen, you know, what I should probably do is I should probably carve a direct path to Horsham. And then essentially I invade this planet. Now this is a risky spot, right? Because we know that there are enemy fleets in the area. So if I take the Beskell system, or particularly the planet in the Beskell system, Bruga, I can then move my army back through the newly pacified outposts. So basically, I trace a path that looks something like this. Let's go the whole way. So these guys move through here. These guys are going to repair when they can. These guys clear the path. Once these guys finish the invasion, they're going to head through this newly created pathway. While these guys are in a holding pattern, they're just going to be bombing and weakening the defenses on this planet. I don't actually know what their armies look like. Chances are these guys are going to be joining them, so I might actually want to be bombing this for a while. And then, of course, all the while, these guys have repaired, and now they're able to sort of just gobble up as many systems as they can. What I'll probably wind up doing is just making these little expeditions out to the side worlds. I don't know if I want to commit to taking Erimus. And the reason for this is that taking this early does not really gain me anything unless I feel that there's going to be a big army for me to take out there. What it does do, though, is it commits my large and terrifying fleet way out to the side, and I have no assurances whatsoever that there isn't a fleet just waiting off to the side that can go in and try and take Hythus. So again, we've inflicted some damage, but you know, how do I know that that fleet that I did some damage to didn't move back to this system here and is ready to make a run on Hythia? So these are the sorts of things that I'm thinking about right now. But right now, I'm pretty happy because most of these fleets are going to be moving and doing something meaningful while I figure this out. So let's see what we can do. We've got trading posts, ruthless competition, private prospectors, and free traders. So bonuses to trade value and branch office value. This will be bananas for my my energy credits. Media conglomerate, war exhaustion gain, lower citizen pop happiness plus 5%. That's very tempting, especially given the current war. So I'm gonna need to make sure that I don't I don't let the war cloud my judgment on this one. Private prospectors, I get private colony ships and a bonus to administrative capacity. Oh, that's a really big deal actually, because my empire sprawl is killing me. Ruthless competition, all levels of society and this mega corporation are constantly vying for each other. Level cap +1, experience gain, or trading posts, bonus star-based capacity. So the thing is, if I'm like on brand, a media conglomerate makes a lot of sense, because that's sort of the way that I've built up the species. I mean, so is the private prospectors. The administrative cap, though, so the way that you want to think about this. So my empire sprawl is 261. My administrative capacity is 110. So, and the penalties that I'm gaining off of this, 67.9 for technology, 113.2 for traditions, bonuses for campaign cost, leadership up, like all of this is just super expensive. So putting points into administrative capacity should be viewed as bonuses to technology, tradition, campaigns, leadership upkeep, and leadership costs. So the question is, now the problem is I don't know the formula behind this, and it's clearly some like polynomial which, you know, is designed to make sure that I don't like completely gobble up the whole galaxy. So the real problem here is, well, okay, hang on. There's another layer of nuance that I need to think about, and that's happiness. So value of the overall pop happiness on the planet, averaged between all pops. Pops with a higher amount of political power count more towards your approval rating than those of lower social classes. A planet with a low approval rating will have reduced stability and may experience more crime. Okay, so 77 stability, what does that give me? Bonus resources, bonus trade value, bonus immigration pull. Stability is a measure of the overall political stability of the planet. It is primarily determined by the overall pop approval rating for the population. Stability can be reduced by conditions such as overcrowding, low amenities, and crime. Planet with high stability. Okay, so hopefully the planet... I might actually go for the marketing after all, because that will not just be a technological bonus, but that's going to also be a resource bonus. So what would planets and sectors? Ah, damn it, they don't tell me my stability. Oh wait, but these are sectors, so. Ah, damn it, they don't tell me my... Alright, well, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Looks like we're tracking the 70, okay, 67. Still a 10% bonus, so not terrible. Let's maybe just take a look at what our lowest is. Okay. So with this in mind, low 60s are sort of... Okay, so we get 18% from the highest rating, which is the 80%. And is 67 my worst? 65. So about 10% there. So what do I draw from that? Let's go from... So let's... Okay, so clearly this is not super accurate. Like, it's not 1 for 1, but I gotta simplify this somehow, right? So we'll say from 65 to 70, what do I get? So 12% versus 9%. So basically we're getting 3% bonus to resources, 3% to trade value, and the bonus to immigration pool, which will increase my growth. The real dilemma here is I don't know what the penalty is for the technology cost, but the thing is that if I'm actually able to make my population on the capital world happier, it's important to remember I generate a lot of research on my planets. So rather than, so this is the thing, because it's resource focused and that so much of my resource is being generated on planets, it actually makes sense in this case for me to improve the happiness. So we will become a media conglomerate. Before branching into other fields, we'll also take a screenshot because this is on brand. Before branching into other fields, this mega corporation began its rise to fortune as a media conglomerate. Its PR departments are still masters of spinning stories and presenting the latest quarterly report in the most advantageous way. So this will help us with our war. Again, like I said, I didn't want to notice that I was biased against the media conglomerate because I do not want my short-term thinking on the war to cloud my vision on this one. But the fact that the citizens get a 5% bonus to happiness. Now again, it's not a one-to-one transmission in terms of productivity. The fact that I'm making my empire more productive is, I think, is going to be generating more for me in terms of like the technological advantages rather than worrying about sort of that reduction of 10 points towards the empire sprawl. So let it be done, and we'll see what happens to all my stats up here. I'm actually particularly interested, so I'm going to write these down. So OCK Mantis says, I love these kinds of games, and you're an ex-PC player, now console player. So once you learned this game was coming, it became a must-buy. Really enjoying it so far. You just have a hard time getting your borders to expand and your fleet power to go up. Maybe taking a Civ mindset is needed. Well, you know, the tricky thing here, man, like I completely appreciate where you're coming from on that one, and honestly, so I think it's important to make sure that you are defending yourself against sort of immediate concerns. But like, I'll give you an idea. These Marauders have been with me since the very beginning of the game. And the fact of the matter is, like, I look at this as like, it's a 12,064 strength fleet with, you know, the tsunami beside it, which is 9k. So in reality, I'm going to be fighting both of these at the same time. So essentially, I'm looking at a 21k strength fleet. And then on top of that, I'm going to have to be contending with the fact that there's a whole bunch of 3.6k strength bases. So in reality, I want to make sure that I'm coming with about 30k of fleet power at minimum, like to make that a balanced fight. And that's just simply not going to happen. Like my strongest fleet at the moment, now admittedly it's getting a little long in the tooth. It's 9.6k strength. You know, I have room for 30 more ships. You know, maybe I say that I add these ones in, so that'll bring it up to 11k, and maybe some of my upgrades will maybe bring it up to like 15k or something like that. But the fact of the matter is that I don't have any realistic expectation of being able to wipe out the Marauders. So I don't worry too much about that. What I say instead is, okay, so what are the ways that my fleet strength increase? Well, I can build more ships. That means that I'm going to need to make sure that I have a higher naval capacity. That's going to make sure that I need to have like a higher command limit and so on and so forth. But in the end, technology is the way that you're going to do that. And so it's like, okay, so how do I make sure that I get enough in research to make sure that I'm growing at a reasonably good pace, while also making sure that I'm, you know, building enough. I don't know if the console version has alloys yet or not. I think it might have actually been, I think they're behind a couple of patches. So in this case, it might just be minerals. If it is the old patch, then really what you want to do is you want to maximize mineral production as much as you can, get your economy in good shape, and as long as you're able to defend, like the first focus should be on creating a credible enough threat to anyone who wants to try and take out your production, that they don't attack you. That will hopefully buy you enough breathing room to be able to do the R&D, which will eventually give you the kick-ass weapons. But easier said than done, right? Like, I'm sure, you know, I'm not entirely sure you've been sitting in front of your TV saying, oh, if only I could generate more resources with which I could make, you know, ships. Boy, why didn't I think of that? Like, some of this stuff is a bit of a balancing act, but yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of being able to identify what your priority is, and especially in the case of Stellaris, I've always found that if you're thinking about the present day, then something went wrong probably about 10 years in game time earlier. So you have to do the research for alloys? Nope, the alloys should be in from the very beginning of the game. So the way that Megacorps changed the system is that energy, minerals, and food are sort of your basic resources which you can pull out of the ground. Consumer goods are created using minerals, so are alloys. Consumer goods basically are an input to research. Alloys are an input towards the construction of ships. So if you are using minerals to build your ships, then it's the pre-Megacorps patch, and if you're putting alloys into creating ships, then it's the post-Megacorps patch. And of course, the big thing is that there may be other changes in the console version. Because I'm not a console gamer, I actually can't speak with any authority on what's inside of it. But yeah, there's still specialized, so like I use volatile motes, exotic gases, rare crystals, all of those things are still in the game. And they give you advantages to your particular, they give you advantages to your fleets or your production. So I'm just healing up this, sorry. Yes, I did write down my science. So I actually I want to quantify what my bonuses to science are. When this turns over the month, we'll see what the bonuses are. Okay, so absolutely no bonus whatsoever to my research. That's really disappointing. An unusually deliberate geometric configuration of minerals drifts through the debris belt left by F-29-399, and it's possibly of alien origin. They say it's going to get updated and the DLC will be available. That sounds about right. I mean, so personally, like, if I was told, hey, could you please take these really complicated, could you take these really complicated Paradox Grand Strategy games and like turn them into a console experience, I would probably not want to have a moving target as far as the rules are concerned. So I suspect they probably, once they started the project, they probably like froze the game in time. It's like, make this thing work on this current patch, and then then you can worry about making it something you can update, because I'm going to assume it's a little bit easier to update something than it is to sort of invent it from the beginning. Seems like the updated version is like night and day, huh? I mean, it's the last two patches in particular, the Apocalypse. So the Apocalypse DLC completely changed the borders and like FTL travel and stuff like that. I think that's actually, you know what? This should be answerable on the Stellaris wiki. I just want to see the borders. Come on, guys. Oh, wow. This isn't even the Apocalypse borders. Oh, man. This is going to be wild. Yeah, so, like, Apocalypse basically made it so that the only type of hyperlane travel that you could do... Or, sorry, the only type of FTL travel was hyperlane. And then, like, you'll notice that the borders are, like, fixed in terms of where you can actually connect. And then after, so that, like, basically geography, for lack of a better term, was settled in terms of Apocalypse. And then what Megacorps has done is it sort of brought a similar transformation in terms of production. So instead of having, like, buildings that you just put down and people magically start working them, you wind up with sort of, like, places to build and, like, population, like, the population gets expands out. So you need to, like, you need to build up your industrial capability, and then you also need to build up your, like, you actually need to make sure, you can't just put everything into capital. You actually need to make sure that the labor part of the equation is taken care of as well. And to me, it just makes for a much deeper and more satisfying experience. What I'm also going to do here, because I have the money, I'm going to spend 1,000 on some minerals, and we'll upgrade the capital. I think we're still okay for jobs, so I'm also going to build a housing district. And then, what am I looking at as far as my obligations? Well, it'll be another 5,000 that's coming up. So I think in this case I'm going to get a little bit of terraforming done. So again, another tropical world seems to make sense. The question is, do I want to go less than 10,000? I mean, for a size 11 planet, no, but for a size 18? I'll be risky. But yeah, so, I mean, it's knowing... Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they plan on bringing all the DLC over, but if they do, like, there's a lot of very exciting changes that are going to be coming in. Well, this is very brave of them. So I see why they're doing it. Like, Okay, careless pawing. According to a report from the crew of the RCA Ornithonicus, their mission was a failure. Science officer Bud Bloom allegedly took manual control of the probe sent to retrieve a sample from the cluster, resulting in a collision between the drone and the mineral cluster that, while mild, resulted in the mineral cluster breaking apart completely. The crew is careful to note that the experience has left Science officer Bud Bloom somewhat shaken, and that the mineral shards should still be of some value. So Bud Bloom gets the Carefree trait and 1,500 minerals. Its parts are equal to the sum of its parts, and the Rhizome Capital finds such carelessness unacceptable. Gain 50 experience. No, you know what? Minerals are actually really important to me, so... So yeah, I mean, this is a disaster. You never want to have a transport fleet undefended like this. But I know what they're trying to do. This was just not... This has to be a problem with the AI. Like, I don't see any reason why somebody would want to do this. A vessel of some kind has crashed into the surface of this asteroid. Wreckage from the craft can still be found within the impact crater. So obviously here, like, if these guys landed on that planet, all of a sudden I've got 1,000 points of angry aliens to deal with, and I don't want to deal with 1,000 points of angry aliens. The problem is suicide running them past a starbase in hopes that they land on the planet is not exactly the most strategically sound approach. All right, so... This might be a little optimistic in terms of what I can get away with without losing ships, but what I want to try and do here is clear everything out, and then I'll be able to take out Ermias. Anyway, so this is the reason why I didn't go too aggressive with my energy credit expenditure, because these guys will be asking me for money, and then in 4 years I'm going to have another 5,000 asked. So I have enough to cover my obligations that are coming up, but I want to make sure I have a little bit of a surplus. So the agreement that you signed the agreement we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information that we offer? I would like to extend the deal. Excellent. Our databanks will remain available to your scientists. So this is one of the things, right? Because I've got this Empire Sprawl penalty, one of the ways I've been getting around it is to try and generate as many things as I can that will give me enough resources to overcome those problems. So getting a 10% bonus towards research is going to offset the penalty a little bit. Being able to build sort of being able to make buildings that will generate more science that I'm penalized for getting is another way of handling that. Also, I never made a decision on the consumer goods, but at this point I think I'm gonna go for the alloy production. Because the alloy production is one of my bigger costs here, and it's not gonna be going away. Speaking of, alright, so all the alloy mega forges are doing what they're supposed to. Damn it. I need to think a little more carefully about what my next steps are. I'm just letting all these jobs sort of like die on the vine. Okay, so I want to prioritize upgrading these science buildings. I've got 5 exotic gases. So I'm going to start with this. Not quite ready to do that upgrade. This I can work with, though. So this will help boost my consumer goods to offset the consumer goods that will be consumed by the upgraded research facility. Definitely want to boost the amount of energy I'm generating, and I've gobbled up all of my mineral resources. I think there was something else I was meaning to do. Okay, let's take a quick look at my space stations. Okay, so Eunuch, I'm kind of happy with where it's at. So the good news here, so combined we're looking at about 2600 strength. Again, enough for Eunuch to handle things, enough for these guys to handle things. I would be a little worried if they moved on Hythus, but the problem for them is that they are completely focused on trying to take these areas. So their war exhaustion's at 100, but the occupation still isn't enough to demand surrender. Essentially, I need to get like 50 in terms of occupation, but honestly, like the planets that I'm taking over, I'm just not making the progress that I really want. I'm actually going to start getting quite worried if we hit 50%, and I'm no closer. The thing is, though, I think the occupation should like explode once I take all of their worlds. So, anyways, there was something I was going to say about. Oh yes, one of my defensive stations. Now, I could have sworn that there was a bonus. Like, I could have sworn that there was something that gave my local Hydra. Thank you very much for the follow. I could have sworn that there was something I could build here that would extend the range of like the protection. So what I'll do instead, let's take a quick look at my trading routes, because I've been neglecting these for so long. Looks like we're good everywhere but Rukbat. So is that because they don't have defenses? Or is that because... Yeah, it's because they it's because they don't have defenses. So I want to be careful about this one, because the base in Urim was built for a really specific reason. I'm going to have the ability to go through the disabled gateway, and I'm going to have, it's also going to be a sort of a defensive position against the marauders if they wake up. Keeping in mind if they wake up now, I'm screwed. So this actually needs to be a defensive station, not just something that that helps me with piracy. So let's just take a quick look at what's going on in the system here. So max piracy 46, 15. Current piracy 4021, base protection +2. Starbase Python gives 31. That's unexpected, actually. Hang on, so why is it going up? Ah, I see. Okay, so I've got 33 versus 40. Okay, so that's actually that's decent news then. I think Python, I built like a hangar. I built a hangar and a missile battery. So what I'm going to do with Urim is definitely going to be focused on bringing the hurt on anybody who visits the sector. So we'll start with a good old-fashioned missile battery. I think I'm going to hold off building the gun battery. This should at least be enough for me to contribute to the defense of Rookbat, which should be sewing up all of my trade routes. At a later point, what I'm going to have to consider is the defense of trade in the Capella system as well. Oh, nope. Turns out we're actually already covered for these systems here. So, Heodim will eventually be something that I need to defend. And then I have a feeling we're probably going to have to put some resources into defending trade on these planets when we eventually colonize them. But that is definitely a very long-term problem for me to work with. So I'm in better shape than I thought I would be. Now, because I've been so distracted with domestic matters, this is why I pause a lot. Let's just take a look. The Flourishing Bion Armada is doing what I want it to do. Yucca is always a little slow because I don't want to have that thing just running into problems. This is great that they are healing, so we're gonna promote that. We've got 4 new cruisers. There should be a 5th on the way. There is. So next up, I wanted to build 11 destroyers if I could, and I have absolutely no resources whatsoever to do that. So I really do need to start thinking about how I can get some more alloys. If I want to be building ships, which cost about 1,200 alloys to build, 43 a month is just not going to cut it. And obviously I can buy my way through that problem, but I need to think a little bit more on it. Sorry, I'm late. You took a nap and wound up sleeping longer. No, not a problem at all, Eyes of Sin. I didn't want to, I'm very happy to see you, but I never want it to be like an expectation or an obligation, so.
Planetary market secured.
Okay, great news here. I don't know if they heal right away, but I have no reason to stick around here. In fact, I have every reason to go away in case a hostile fleet shows up. I am genuinely curious where these guys are heading. It looks like they're actually... Oh! That's a huge opportunity, actually. So I'm going to hold off. I'm going to move my armies to Markab. Okay, so here's the deal. Somebody has hired this raiding fleet to go after the Eraimus system. So what they're going to do is they're going to go crashing through all of these outposts. They're going to take them out, which means that I can move in. They'll take the damage. I get to move in and mop up. So, anyway, Sin, I'm always very happy to see you, but it's never an obligation, and I definitely don't want you to feel that way. But how are you doing? For those of you who don't know, by the way, I'm going to insist on shouting out the Eyes of Sin as a streamer, because one day she will get back to streaming, and it will be absolutely wonderful to see. But she is the lovely lady who produced these emotes for me. And with any luck, I will get another one and maybe possibly change the dumb one, because that was one that I requested, and I think the one that she came up with instead of it was much better. But I also know that she does a lot of work because she's very good at this. So I will I'll say that is a hopeful plan rather than anything that'll be coming immediately. You're a little groggy. You deep clean the living room. What is involved in deep cleaning the living room? Is that just an extra thorough clean? Alright, a small scout craft of some kind plowed into the surface of this asteroid millennia ago, creating a shallow canyon. There is no visible cockpit on the ship, leading our scientists to believe that it was either piloted by a remote or through some kind of primitive artificial intelligence. Although it is too damaged to be salvaged, the ship hasn't been picked clean by looters yet. You know, one thing I should factor in... Ah, I see. No, I don't see, actually. I definitely feel like these researchers should be producing more. Well, I mean, maybe they are. It could have just been a delayed reaction, but inconclusive as to whether or not the extra happiness pulled it through. Took a stain remover, stuck to the carpet, flipped over the couch, vacuumed under it, cleaned under the cushion. Oh my god, you must be exhausted. No wonder you. Please, Sin, get some rest. A small scout craft of some... Oh yeah, sorry. It was either piloted by a remote or through some kind of primitive artificial intelligence. Although it is too damaged to be salvaged, the ship hasn't been picked clean by looters, which means we get 150 engineering. Sorry, I'm getting really distracted tonight. Okay, so anyways, the plan on this one is... This is also good news to know that they're 11k strength, so once I upgrade my ships, we'll be in good shape. Also, if I do wind up going against these guys, probably I would want to focus on... I think if I do worry about the Great Khan waking up, I should probably structure my fleets around... armor. Oh god, yes. Like minus 50 and 75% against armor damage.
Identified.
We just crush them. That's actually really good to know. So I don't want to completely redesign my military just for this.
Research actualized.
Just for this eventuality, but like this is going to be a... If there is a way for me to, you know, to push back the black tide, it's going to be retooling my military to be focused on pushing against kinetic weapons. I am a little curious, but these guys, see, this is the problem. These guys are all beam focused, so if I... If I build for that, I need to make sure that I'm not going for war against the Scythian League, which seems very unlikely. Okay. Improved strike craft. The next generation of strike craft featuring improved avionics, better handling characteristics, and more powerful armaments. So, as is usual, I like to go for the cheapest option unless... I mean, it's all really good and all, but... I should eventually start considering about upgrading my robots. Speaking of... One thing that would be really wonderful is if there was a breakdown of the types of work that my robots were doing. So, 65 robots on 6 planets. It's cool, actually. So I can make them good at drilling, I can make them good at farming, I can make them good at generating energy because they're now able to do that. I can also move around things like bulky's pretty brutal now because it bonuses it improves housing usage. All right. Not crazy about doing this, but some farmers, lots of miners on the capital. It's unexpected. Be kind of nice if I could reassign them. I'm sure there's a way of doing that. So I am feeling pretty strong about making them mining focused. Mining focused first of all, at least. Because I think maybe they're evenly spread as far as farming is concerned over multiple worlds, but definitely on the capital they're pretty heavy on mining tiles. So let's create a new template. We'll set them up with power drills, so that's a 15% bonus. I mean, I suppose so what I could say assembly costs are higher. I don't know how that translates to the main game. We can make them better farmers. Okay, or the alternative is we can make them high maintenance and custom made. Designed on the principle. You know what? Rhizome Capital deserves the best. So in this case, we'll make them combination miners and harvesters. We'll create that. And we will apply the template to all worlds. This will take a ridiculous amount of engineering.
Log revised.
Finishes in 17 months. What are we giving up for that? I mean, I signed up for it anyway, but what are we looking at? More robot modification points. Well, let's just think about what I'm doing. That was so dumb. Let's just let that expire. So what I should do with the template instead let's just throw that all away. So what I will eventually do, because I'm going to get a robot trait, I will still do harvesters and power drills, but what I will do is I will not make them a 2-point I'll not make them like a luxurious or something like that. Instead, I will go for like custom made or like high maintenance or something along those lines. Something that basically allows me to pay less to maintain them. So anyways, I'm a dummy. Okay, so they are about to learn. Like, again, this is the really weird thing about the AI in this one, is they are doing suicidal moves. Like, apparently they just really want to just throw their fleets into the crystalline entities. And I am completely fine with this. I don't think they count as victories for me, but I'm sure I am happy that they're getting wiped out. So, what am I planning now? Well, Talra, I am first of all repairing my fleet. The way that we're working this out, so the raiding fleet is going to be barreling through these systems. So I'm going to wait for them to make their move. Then I'm going to follow up and actually claim the systems. So in this case, it'll basically be costless for me to get some free wins against my opponent here. In the meantime, this little group is going to be focusing on paving a path to the Horsham system, at which point I'm going to be able to take my my transport fleet and invade the world. So essentially, we've locked up sort of the left-hand side of the map. The last system that I want to sort of claim is actually Fainov inside of this whole area here. So that's sort of why this 9K fleet is dealing with sort of the strong points. But essentially what's going to happen once all of this has been taken care of, there's going to be basically 2 or 3 different, depending on what path they take, 2 or 3 different sort of strong points that they need to get through to try and reclaim either Eramis or Fainov. Probably the one, I guess the move that would make the most sense is they go through the Eye of Ball. They claim Detheris. I'm not sure how strong that is, but let's say that's about 1k. Then they move through to Fainov, which has the lesser system. Excuse me. But the thing is that they're focusing on keeping all their fleets down here. So it's going to take them a long time to get it back. So even if they attempt to do that, that's going to give me enough time to move around and take Starmag, which is going to be the last planet that they have in their possession. And if they decide to try and reclaim the capital or Starmag, I'm going to have the smallest possible distance to claim that. So, what is the Eye of Ball and why is it so oddly named? Well, it's a black hole. As far as why they named it that, you'll have to ask the Stellaris people. But in this case, it's just a system name for a black hole. Eerie. Black holes are fun. They are the ultimate spaghetti making machines, Eyes of Sin says. Is this your intent? Like, is this one of your grand intentions that you'd really like to go Heston Blumenthal and make spaghetti in a black hole?
Upscaling complete.
Our project to modify 65 pops on 6 planets to match the robot template has failed. I am totally fine with that. That was poorly considered on my part. Because see, the problem here is that I'll spend so much effort converting the robot population, then I'll get the technology, and then I'm going to need to waste even more time on the engineering. So in this case, I'll just spend the cost once. All right. So I'm basically going to wait for this thing to make contact with the base. Nice little destroy the other materials. I think actually I'm going to wait for them to just clear out the system altogether. So I mean, this is bad news for me because I do eventually want to be overlord of all of this, right? But it doesn't hurt to see. I mean, these guys got mad at me because I wouldn't declare war on what turned out to be their ally in this. So they can put a lid on it. they can get some. They can deal with some pain. Isaacson says, I'll make a planet-sized ball of dough with cheese and sauce core and send it towards the black hole. But how do we eat it? And Talrabes says, you see how fun they are in the old game Space Empires, that ships had limited fuel and black holes slowed ships a lot, meaning that they used more fuel. So you stellar engineered your own only way through 6 different black holes, meaning that enemy ships would run out of fuel and fall into the black hole before they reach you. That's really cool. I really need to try Space Empires. I think you were the one to recommend it for me before. There definitely have been a couple of people to recommend stuff like that, and usually I'm all for. So I'm slightly troubled that this actually isn't healing. So this apparently means that I've just been wasting time the whole time. So in this case, let's just make our move. In the meantime, let's see what Equity can build in its shipyards, because it's currently sitting idle. 1 destroyer. Well, be still my heart.
Surveyed.
Eat it. It's not about eating it. It's about breaking culinary boundaries. So, fair enough. I mean, I'm not really in a position to speak too much of the culinary arts.
Survey
So.
completed.
Hey, we'll be getting some more allies. Oh, sorry, alloys soon. I'm kind of happy that the amoeba is slow on moving forward, because I don't want to lose it to a rogue.
Outlier identified.
Resonance imaging of the T-71J asteroid suggests an internal composition consisting of rare crystals that we will research it. Okay, again, no lost ships, so good news there. Oh, but that was to the 9K fleet. What about these guys?
Complete.
Yeah, suffice to say, this was not a particularly challenging mission. The black hole will eat it and hopefully give you a glowing Yelp review. Now you're talking. I mean, in fairness, Sin, we have had a black hole speaking to us. Something has reached out to us from a place where time and space are shrunk to a knot. I'm sorry, guys. At some point, I will be healthy.
Upscaling complete.
You know what? You can just simmer down here. You guys can. Let's get ourselves a spare planet, Peya. So right now they're bombing the crap out of this planet to get some slaves. We will then turn around and take advantage of that to claim this spaceport, and then we will bomb the hell out of this planet. Oh boy, yeah, they do not have a lot of people there. While unremarkable on the surface, the T-71J asteroid has a hollow core lined with industrially viable crystals, like a gigantic geode hung in the stars. With special instructions prepared by Science Officer Ash Oak, any future mining platform should be able to carefully harvest these crystals from the interior of the asteroid. That is a big deal. And unfortunately, it looks like the Mitra... Oh no, because they will not... they're not actually going to be able to... Okay, so they're not going to be expanding out unless the war in heaven happens, and if the war in heaven happens, I have got much bigger problems to deal with. I am debating, I mean, depending on what the Empire Sprawl would give me, there is a really good argument for expanding my Empire out to take Scorum. Because if I ignore that for too long, then they also start challenging me on this branch. So I could sort of see some acceptable boundaries being drawn. I mean, it'd be great if I could cut them off here. And here. But... failing that, if like this could become my domain. The only thing is that that's going to cost so much in terms of Empire Sprawl. But I also think at some point I'm just going to need to eat it and move on, because like I don't really see how I don't quite see how I get to the next level if I don't start expanding out. And there's like, in terms of resources that I need, these crystals, these volatile motes. There was definitely some exotic gases, probably somewhere here. Yep, exotic gases, alloys. Like, there is definitely some stuff that I need to make my empire pretty strong. And then, of course, most importantly, wormholes and whatnot. So I think at some point I'm going to need to say, sprawl is going to be a fact of life. I've got my subsidiaries, and we're gonna move on. Imagine the confusion of a mysterious cosmic entity when suddenly it's faced with the biggest plate of spaghetti ever cooked. You really confuse the Infinity Machine during his calculations when he's hit by a plate of spaghetti. Oh my goodness, I have a feeling there's a mod gonna happen now. I'd play that mod. So yeah, we're just gonna wait for these guys to finish, punching things and taking slaves, and then we'll be sure to clean up. Because I don't think I have enough unfair advantages in this game. Okay, lovely news. Hopefully the invasion is done by, or the raiding is done. Tachyon sensors, advanced sensors that rely on rotating tachyon beams to detect ship movements at even extreme distances.
Science ship facing unfair competition.
Oh, crap. I should have paid attention. Okay. It's very tempting to do the Omega alignment now for the physics. Let's do it. And Flora Hawthorne, descendant of our great founder, will have the honor of bringing the worm. Flora, where are you? And normally I would move Wulglam because he's got an industrial focus, but I kind of want to have the war exhaustion one dealt with reasonably quickly, so I'll live with the current status. So if he doesn't finish punching this planet, I might have to just go on my tour to the northern areas, but I have a feeling they'll be, they have to be getting the slaves at some point. Maybe they really do need to get rid of the shore guard. You know what? I don't need to make this complicated.
Research actualized.
Oh, I didn't even pay attention to what happened to my science ship, so did it die? No, it would have said that the scientist was toast. Okay, this is happening as it should. Claim influence cost -10, war exhaustion gain -10%, so that's good. That's going to slow down the rate right around the time that I'm starting to get worried. Further improvements to administration grant an extended power projection across the stars and the military clout needed to enforce our demands. So I think I'm still going to go for the least expensive. This is a pretty good one to expand my leader lifespans, especially because I really do want to make sure that my good science leader is in charge of the... Oh, crap. No, that's the general. Rose Maple is still kicking around. Still an intellectual. How close are they to dying, though? So Rose Maple is 93. Starts possibly dying at age 110. So probably is not a terrible idea for me to put some to put some effort into longevity. Now, of course, this is going to give me a 50% bonus to leader costs, which is not trivial given the fact that I'm already dealing with a 231% increase in my my leader costs. But I don't know. Selected lineages, careful reproductive planning should be incentivized lest we waste valuable genetic legacies. So I can live with no. So again, this is just trying to eke out a little bit, a couple more efficiencies in terms of my overall research. So if you really want to go crazy about the min-maxing, you also factor in the fact that a level 6 researcher is going to bring something to the table. So Cognat has Spark of Genius in addition to being a level higher than Wuglam, who is Maniacal. But of course, they've got Expertise Industry. So it's like, as far as these raw numbers, they sort of cancel each other out. So in this case, 10% bonus and no specialty compared to, 20% bonus. And then what, as far as regular research speed plus 10%, research speed. Actually, no. So Wuglam is still a dominant choice there. I don't know what I'm talking about. Plus, it's all going to be over in a month anyway, so I don't really need to worry too much about it. Again, the bravest transport you'll ever see.
Destroy. Doom, doom, doom.
Are you just not gonna... Okay. Apparently Rowan Hawthorne has discovered pacifism. Oh my god, I wasn't even paying attention to chat. So we've got a voice reaches out from the impossible blackness, a voice that seems familiar and yet terribly alien, echoing through every crevice of our minds. The words hang deep, root themselves in our very cores. And in the fancy font, which I have no idea how you did that, the spaghetti was delectable. My compliments to the chef. I am pleased. And Anacule has a unique bonus? Are you talking about this guy? Oh, Maniacal. Yeah, I see what you mean. But I mean, for the purposes of researching of that, like, technological advancement here, I think it was only the more relevant one was the engineering. Hey, Joshy man, how you doing? Improved production practices allow for greater alterations to synthetic workers without compromising core functionality. So, probably city district housing, because I'm running into those problems on my capital world and I don't have the ability to build more of them. It's also relatively cheap. However, it's not going to take me a year because now I'm going to do something I was meaning to do quite some time ago. Now they get the power drills. We can do bulky. I definitely don't want more housing occupied in my capital, so we can say high maintenance, slower assembly speed, or this is too expensive. Unless I have like a 1 bonus. Okay, so what is the cost of a robot? Energy? Pfft, got plenty of it. So high maintenance and harvesters.
Situation log revised.
Now we spend a year converting our robots. Galaxy domination is going very well, Joshy man. I feel like I'm I'm sufficiently dominant. I've now also cleared out a way for the shore guard to get punched mightily. Now I want you coming in on this too, Yuka. These guys really are taking their sweet time. Oh nope, looks like they finished their tasks. So obviously this thing is recharging. I actually want to get there pretty quick. Because notice what I've done here, right? Well, I mean, the AI has sort of done it too, but I've now cleared out a pretty low-cost path to the next planet that I need to invade, right around the time that I'm going to have finished up my invasion in this part of the galaxy. So there's going to be a little bit of cleanup work for me to do, right? I need to repair this fleet, I need to claim the remaining systems around the edges here, but essentially I've now got a free 4K fleet once this invasion is done. And I don't need to keep my transport fleet idle. In fact, what's going to happen is they're going to go straight from claiming this world to claiming this one.
Future market survey complete.
Any stolen Magnum? You know, it's been a while since I've played... you know, I may not have played Crusader Kings since I lost that Magnum Opus, now that I think of it. No, that can't be true. I just started a different playthrough. I didn't intend it that way, by the way. I actually want to play more Crusader Kings. It's just I'm running out of days to do stuff on. Like, I don't think anybody would be happy with me if I just stopped playing if I just stopped playing Stellaris in order to do Crusader Kings, but you have to, you know, you have to pick what you're playing somehow.
Attempting to acquire planetary market.
Oh, that was quick. Ooh, this is looking a little dicey. Okay, good there. Rowan Light. Okay,
planetary
no.
Market
I thought they called him Rowan Light the Disengaged, and I thought that is an amazing name for a general. Okay, let's heal. Oh, god damn it. Okay, let's see how damaged is this ship, really? I mean, they are going to be getting through to the sensitive system. You know what? Screw it. It's a death march. Please don't die. Then you can heal. We're going to move these guys straight over to the next planet. So again, key thing here, right, is that the first focus I have for any set of movements is to make sure that the path to the target is cleared out. Now, this one is a little bit dicier because all of these areas are still open. It's possible that there would be fleets in these areas, but the thing is that I believe my sensors are good enough. I don't know if there's an actual indication in terms of what my sensor range is. What are the AI attitudes towards me? Oh, these guys don't like me. That's surprising. Okay. I'll admit that's actually a little surprising that the game doesn't give you any kind of a tip in terms of what your sensor range is. Suppose I could do something crazy like, well, this is unsurveyed, so that's not too happy or not too informative, but the Alderaan system. Is there any indicator that I can see or not see? Not really. But I bet my science ship will say how far it can see. So Tachyon sensors a range of 4. So can I draw a line of 4? Well, I think occupied systems count for this. Either way, I know I've claimed a planet. So 1, 2, 3, yeah. There aren't any nasty ships hiding, so. The Democratic Panoxia Union and the Oba Star Dynasty are now rivals. That will be
Outlier identified.
less than good for me, but I don't know. I'm here to make friends. They're too far away for it to be like a major problem. The mineral composition of Vestalius II does not match projections. What are you doing?
Bomb them!
Actually, heal first, then bomb. I don't need to worry too much about the combat on here, but I am going to take a look at the reports just to make sure that I don't lose any ships. And in the meantime, hopefully I'm able to build another destroyer. I am. In fact, I'm able to build 3 destroyers. So that's a +4. I'm looking to build another 7 if I can. Science Officer Heath Hawthorne has found the source of the odd mineral readings. Vestalis 2 is a metaphorical graveyard for gargantuan spaceships that have been resting there for millions of years. Heath Hawthorne goes on and on in the debriefing about a profound sadness that the rockets are too broken down for even careful examination to yield results. Adds a Starship Graveyard modifier for additional alloys, which would be nice, but how the hell am I going to get in there? Like at this point I gotta do evasive. The fact that they were able to escape the space amoeba once does not mean it was a good idea for that to have happened. Holy smokes, there's a lot going on. Okay. Did I suddenly build a lot more ships than I thought I did? Because I don't believe I have 252 cruisers. I would like 252 cruisers. The Omega alignment. When a temporal paradox becomes tangled, a kind of consciousness arises, with its own needs, its own desires, and what has occurred with that consciousness... This is what has occurred with the consciousness that some call the worm in waiting. If we can align ourselves with that consciousness, we might just achieve that kind of immortality. So, we can exploit dark matter. That seems like a really good idea. So let's do that. Particle lances are super cool too, but exploiting resources is always a very good thing. You're happy with whatever you play, you come for the narration. Okay, excellent. So I'll do audiobooks from now on. So we've also adopted eugenics a little bit faster than I thought we would, so what else can we do? I mean, bonuses to food from farmers. 1 is fairly inexpensive. And then number 2, a nice 10% bonus to... So that's going to give me another 40 food. That's exactly what I need right now. Starship Graveyard, is that the one with surface blockers or just resources? So this in particular is a 2 alloys on this system here. This is kind of the same as any other one. You know how some planets wind up giving you like a, you know, they give you a, you know, some science bonus like engineering or something like that. In this particular case, they're just turn the toxic world into something you can build a mining station on. Nothing too exciting. Okay. Wow, I'm really curious why we're losing so much food. I need to find a place to put the Omega Relay. This does have a research institute, so let's build the Omega Relay on... So the one drawback is I don't think this will create any jobs. Wait, am I missing something? Do I have to build it on the capital? Well, that's a shame. I'm just gonna double check this because this seems like a fairly big penalty to have to build that on the the home world. I know how I'm gonna like restructure the planet if that comes down to it. One of these was the weird planet. I just don't remember which one. There's like there's the odd factory somewhere. It could be Paradaya. Maybe Python? Yep, that's the one. Okay, can I build the Omega Relay here, or does it have to be the capital world? And that's actually what I'm going to double check the wiki for, because there's going to be a big shuffle that I do. Yep, looks like it. So I have a feeling that because this might be a windowed mode thing, but I do always try and do this in client if I can. Oh, you know what? Tabbing might work in this case. Oh crap, that's not gonna... Okay, well you can't see my... is there a way I can line this up so that I... Oh, maybe. Okay, view sort, view history. Oh yeah. Excuse me. Oh, don't do this to me. Okay. I am going to stellariswiki.com. Nope, not Twitter. I already checked that too much. Oh, by the way, I did forget to mention I do have a new blog out. If you are the people who like reading my writing, systemchalk.ca is probably the best bet, but wherever you would like. Okay, Omega Alignment, part of the Horizon Signal event. Must be built on the capital planet. Thought so. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I've been meaning to do this for a while. Alloy Mega Forges. I need to replace these. I need to put them on other planets. So Python is actually a perfect candidate. The only catch is I've already upgraded it. So, you know, I'm actually really trying to get Python to do a lot here. So it's a big farming planet. It's a consumer goods planet. Crazy thing is, it's all gonna work. Okay, so we're gonna start by building an alloy foundry here. The real trick behind this, this is an alloy mega forge. So I need to wait for Python to build this, and then I need to upgrade it before it's equivalent, and I'm also going to lose the workers that were working on it. Actually, honestly, you know what? I'm just going to eat the cost. I'll just buy the stuff that I need. You're going to see this number go down tragically, though. And I'll eventually be doing that for everything. So I want to eventually switch the alloy mega forges onto other planets. And ideally, I'd also like to upgrade a bunch of them. Okay, still aren't losing ships, which is good news. My little amoeba's trailing along.
Future market survey complete.
I mean, while I'm at it, I can actually work on these others as well. So let's take another research facility, because I'm going to need that. We're also kind of running out of housing space, but we should be good for once we get to 70, we should be good. Then I can build like apartments or something like that. Ooh. Yes, I'm also going to need to consider a Ministry of Production at some point for some of these planets. But eye on the prize, so I need to focus on building more research labs. Again, as long as we don't lose ships, I'm happy. Paradia, okay. I actually need to consider... Oh, well, I already know what we're doing. We're building more research. Because this is the only thing I do on these worlds. Pytham's already building. Akram has got enough room for more people. I mean, it may wind up being a case where I do upgrade into more consumer goods production, but we're actually in good shape for that. This seems like the best candidate for building more farms. We have an empty spot, but I also have a big deficit in terms of food, so... And the Vale, I actually need one more job for them. So we'll get them to build another generator district. Okay. We've sort of covered our job needs for the next little while. At some point I need to start considering opening new branches as well. But let's...
Special project actualized.
We've completed the modifications to the robot species. Awesome. I'm sure there'll be a couple that were mid-production that I need to upgrade later. Oh, nope, they're 100%, so we'll see if it stays that way. And this is lovely news coming in. Again, I'm hoping we don't foolishly lose one of our ships here, but...
A system has been surveyed.
Once the armies land on the world... Oh god, what am I doing? I haven't been able to punch these guys at all. So yeah, basically we're gonna, we're gonna pound the surface as much as we can. Once the army comes in, these guys are just gonna head off and gobble up the remaining areas. And this is gonna be the point where I actually focus, well...
Upscaling complete.
This is tricky,
Research
actually. What I probably
actualized.
should do, rather than claim these systems right away, I should actually probably build a passage to Fainov. Now, I may not actually take these two systems in the corner here, but if I can make it so that the armies can get a direct path to that system, that'll actually be the last... That'll be the last colonized planet that isn't Starmag. And then while the armies are doing their thing, I can probably just mop up the rest. Again, the real drawback here is that... well, no, because if I've got 4... Well, no, these won't have 4 sensor range. These will have 3. But even with 3, there's obviously no enemy fleets for me to worry about, so... Okay, gene crops. Sophisticated genetic engineering of crops helps increase yield and further improves both taste and nutrient levels. So we've got the collective self, the secrets of life, glandular acclimation, habitability modification, hostile environment adaptation, or paradise domes. In this case, I'm just going to go for the cheapest. And apparently I exceeded my naval capacity without even noticing it. I'm assuming that's probably from all of those cruisers. It's a bit unexpected, to be completely honest, but I'm going to be able to get around that. And again, I have the resources to be able to overcome it. Okay, this is good news on the alloy foundries. We'll upgrade those right away. We'll actually prioritize
Potential
that
market
too.
survey completed. Upscaling
Governor
complete.
Reed Oak has died at the age of 111. So, Reed Oak is responsible for Python, which is going to be heavy on industry, and probably the same for Stebnar, but we don't know for sure. So our existing people are resilient substance abusers, so a net... he's got a long life, but he's decided to spend it, popping pills, so it's a net gain of 5. We've got eager, resilient, architectural interest. Okay, so nothing really industry focused. So we've got somebody who's eager, bonuses to army build speeds, and bonuses to experience. So at this point, I'm just going to go for the youngest. Or sorry, the youngest and the cheapest. Looks like
Upscaling
they...
complete.
Where are they heading? The Balawar system. I'm very happy that my enemies are doing such a bad job of making the... Hello! I'm glad they're doing such a bad job of making the Marauders happy. Okay, so what's going on here? The Rapid Pursuit Flotilla. Interesting. So they do have ships. Now the real crying shame is that I have a feeling that the raiding fleet is not going to be here in time. I would genuinely love it if the raiding fleet got here before these ships got here. The one thing I am worried about is if these guys are actually heading to Feanor. So here's the thing. What they are probably doing is they're probably going to try and reclaim this system. What I personally would worry about is transport fleets this large going to the Feanor system to stop me from taking it. So in this case, they're following the lake and the Rapid Pursuit Flotilla. They're following the lake, and the lake is heading straight into the jaws of doom. So that's fine. We know this is going to be dealt with. What I am going to do is make sure that I seal the deal right away. So we're going to land the armies. If I get any indication that these guys are going to be moving into the system while my armies are in place, I'm going to move this 9K
Upscaling
fleet
complete.
straight to the border and basically make sure that that I don't have to contend with. I don't have to.
Upscaling
Sorry,
complete.
I don't have to put my transport fleet in any danger. Okay, so next thing, I need to start improving my my fleet capacity. So, Eunuch Station. We will start by giving you a naval logistics office because they've got 2 anchorages. They've already got a naval logistics office, not much for me to do there. Yiram. Good old Yiram. So first of all, are you fighting pirates? You are not fighting pirates enough for my liking. That's a punch in the teeth. Okay. Well, then we will also give it a machine gun, and then we'll upgrade it. It's not going to help me for fleet cap at the moment. Oreb. Oreb is technically a defensive outpost, but I don't have any neighbors to worry about for the moment, so I'm going to build an anchorage there just to take some of the pressure off. And if I want to improve any of these other ones, I'm going to need to... You know what? I should switch this. Hydroponics Bay into what? Naval Logistics Office seems like it would be a good idea. What are they neighboring? Well, they're not going to be a defensive platform for that much longer. So... The Deep Space Black Site's actually also pretty good because it gives me unity. Ideally, I'd like to put these on every one of my space stations, but not... Well, yeah, actually, I guess I can, because what else am I going to put here? Black site it is. And why the hell did I build a resource silo here? Clearly this needs a logistics office. Okay, that was actually better than I thought it would be. I'm keeping this open because I want to give the bonus to the naval capacity first. This is going to get a gun battery, so I can't do anything there. Once you build one, you just can't get enough. Alright. I'm happy with that. The next major upgrades are going to be towards making these to even... making them into even stronger.
Commencing seizure of planetary asset.
Oh, good news there. They are still probably on their way to try and retake the planet, but they are too late. I will, however, give them a reason to... I mean, it'd be kind of nice to get the advantage of the base, but at this point here, just being able to give them a nice little whop on the nose.
Secured.
It also doesn't hurt for me to get these guys as far away from combat as I can. God, it's really cold. War fleets are not Pringles. I am definitely going to eat more than one. In fact, what we want to look for, we want to see the little whirly hole pop up. And that's when we know that these guys are going to have a really bad day. So, see this? They're getting ready to teleport. And if I unpause, they should start showing up in a minute. Usually there's an animation associated with them traveling. Am I mistaking? Oh, yeah, no, they're totally coming in. Yes, here we go. So, please enjoy this fine little bit of comedy. What track is coming up next? Oh sure, why not? I mean, it's nice and calm music, but oh my God! What did you do? So one of the guys in the middle, it's like, which one do I shoot? Which one do I shoot?
Research actualized.
More playthings! This might take a while. Let's take a minute and... Hostile environment adaptation, habitability +5, so this is going to be a bonus towards overall happiness, which will mean fewer consumer goods consumed, as well as more productivity. Further study into the hazardous environments found on other planets help alleviate the difficulties that colonizers encounter in their day-to-day lives on foreign worlds. I will finally get artificial moral codes. And city district housing with directional gravity technology, buildings on the surface of planets can reach higher than ever before without risking structural collapse. The sky is the limit. So this should actually give some big bonuses to some of the worlds that were having some difficulties with housing. Okay, so if I go cheap first... Ooh, planet build speed. Construction templates definitely seems... So, I mean, sure, nano-alloy plants are technically less expensive, but I also have industry. I think I am going to go for the rare technology here. Also, we've got some upgrades on your gorilla, so let's do that. And turns out we didn't lose... I thought we would actually been losing ships, but we haven't. This makes me happy. What the hell just happened here? No? That is... No, that is not where I wanted you to go. And why did you even think that was remotely close to what I wanted you to do? Oh, Jesus Christ. This is bad. So my question right now is, can I actually hold these things in position long enough? Oh, they buggered off. Okay, I'm gonna do something a little silly. So we'll transfer all of the damaged ships. This is more than enough. So we're going to send them on a rescue mission. That will help me. So again, I am watching this thing like a hawk. Ugh, see, this is exactly what I don't want to have happen. They're not even close to coming out on time. So, damaged ships I can live with. On the surface of R66QW1 sits what appears to be a large machine of unknown origin and purpose. Okay. That sucks. I know what happened. Basically, the transport, because I was moving them out of the way, I indirectly put them on the path to the next system. I'm just really annoyed that happened, because that was obviously not my intention. So we will
research actualized.
Unify the fleets. We'll heal them up, and while we wait for our invasion force to come back. So the problem is this counts as a defeat, and it means that I'm not able to invade another planet. This exotic substance has many properties that seemingly defy the laws of physics. Harvestable concentrations can only be found near black holes or in certain nebulas. So I believe we have a couple of those, but we'll see. I'm tempted to just get the planetary shields out of the way. They're really not as good as they used to be. I remember once upon a time these would generate physics research. In this case, it's just a reduction in orbital bombardment damage, but I'm really bad at the ground combat part of this game, so I personally don't see the benefit of this, but we'll just knock it off the list. Yuka. Let's get you to go... Actually, what are these guys up to? I guess they were healing, so... I think the time has come for me to consider some aggressive moves on our final goal. These guys are gonna double up, we'll heal up. I think what we'll do now, seeing as I'm not gonna have an invasion fleet for a little while, we'll actually go to the north here, and then we'll heal up, and then we'll make our move on Feanov. Also, this should give something for my construction ships to do. So where are untapped dark matter? Okay, we've got one in the BX 799 Singularity. Oh, we only have one? Well, that's a shame. Still, better than nothing. Dearest customer, we regret to inform you that the trade deal we negotiated for the export of exotic gas to the worlds of the Rhizome capital have run its course. We are, of course, more than willing to extend the deal for another 10 years if you have the energy credits to spare. We wish to extend the deal, and we'll go for the full 5. That's the Zero Corp way. Our freighters will begin making deliveries immediately. By purchasing this product, you agree that Zero Corp cannot be held responsible for any adverse effects that may result from its use, including, but not limited to, skin irritation, psychotic episodes, ocular discoloration, aggressive mutation, increased colonist suicide rates, precognitive trances, biosphere depletion, dangerous strange-lit production, micro black hole generation, grain elevator explosion, societal collapse, mass extinction events, unexpected supernova detonations, the complete or partial destruction of your star nation, sudden gamma ray bursts, time travel paradoxes, vacuum metastability events, universal entropy, the collapse of the space-time continuum. Goodbye. Okay, so I'm very happy to see all of these destroyed. We're still 25 away. The occupation's slowly creeping up. I really want to see what happens when I seal the deal on these 2 colonies, though. If taking these out are enough for me to... If taking those out are enough for me to get a big boost to this, obviously it's game over. If not, I think probably what might be a good move. So Starmag's strength is what? I still don't know. Oh, it's 654, yeah. So what I might actually wind up doing is I might send the 4K fleet to go deal with that, seeing as it's not even a 4-digit starbase. That'll give me a little bit of wriggle room. Holy smokes, what am I doing on fast? It's very uncharacteristic of me. Because again, the nice news about the raiding fleet, of course, is that they're going to be barreling through all of these defensive structures, and that's going to give me a head start on taking out Balawar. So further scans suggest that the machine is still operational, though its purpose remains entirely unclear. Science Officer Heath Hawthorne has never seen anything like it. Some of its materials look familiar, but most are strange and utterly alien as the design of its components. The machine has what appears to be a console, with one item in particular standing out, a large crooked lever of unknown material. So we can tear it apart for physics research and minerals, or you can pull the lever. Let's do that again. So further scans suggest the machine is still operational, though its purpose remains entirely unclear. Science Officer Heath Hawthorne has never seen anything like it. Some of its materials look familiar, but most are strange and utterly alien as the design of its components. The machine has what appears to be a console, with one item in particular standing out, a large crooked lever of unknown material. Pull the lever. Energy spike. As our scientists pulled the lever, the machine emitted a huge blast of energy that multiplied in shockwaves, twisting and rippling through the void, tearing open a wormhole in Unatra. After residuous energy diffused, the wormhole and the immediate area around it settled and now appear to be stable enough for safe passage. As for what awaits us on the other side, our scientists are not so sure. The machine itself has since returned to its inactive state and no longer gives off any anomalous readings. So, how strange. Now take it apart. 8,000 experience, physics research and minerals, or intriguing, research the machine. 7 physics. That is a hell of a bonus. And it is in my... What? Oh, no, I get it. It opened it somewhere else. So now I need to figure out where the hell this ship is. You're kidding me. Am I going nuts? It has to be here. Okay, I might actually wind up having to play the odds on these things. So, I mean, this seems like the most likely candidate. So this... intriguing, research the machine? Yeah. Okay, I mean, there's a chance that I'll make it out here, but... Now, I have a bit of a dilemma. Because in 26 days, we finished the Omega alignment. And I know some of you want to see how this ends. So I can have a big finale, and I'm already half an hour, well actually more than half an hour, I'm actually a full hour over. I can have a big finale for tonight, or I can have a big opener for next week. And I am genuinely on the fence about where I go with all of this. The years just fly by, don't they, shareholder? It has now been 10 years since we arranged a trade deal for the rare crystals. Do you wish to extend the deal for another decade? Let us continue the deal. Okay, good news for... This is a tricky thing. I don't know if I want to actually... I think I am going to just sit and wait for a little bit for these guys to go through. Especially seeing as I don't know where my army is. With my luck, they're going to show up somewhere in the middle of my empire. If they do, then we're just going to go take Star Mag right away. Although, while I'm waiting for these guys... I can at least claim some systems. I'm still very mad at myself over that. Alright. 1 week away before we achieve the Omega alignment, and we see what happens with the worm in waiting. I actually already know what happens, but I'll leave it as a tantalizing glimpse. I'm really looking forward to seeing the reactions to this. So I will make sure that I announce on Twitter all of that. My usual start time is between 7 and 8 Eastern time. Best place to find out when I'm going live is Twitter, or alternatively, you can get a follow notification. Do keep in mind, I usually do a bit of sort of housekeeping at the very beginning, so there's usually about 15 or 20 minutes before I actually start playing the game. There is plenty, and one of the reasons for that is a chance for people to come in and see what's going on. So if you really want to see the end of the Horizon, well, okay. Can't say if it's the end. If you really want to see me progress on the Horizon signal, there will be plenty of opportunities to do so. There will always be a VOD, of course. Just a little bit of news as far as what's going on for the rest of the week. Tomorrow there will be another episode of the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. That one was a little bit of a shorter one because I was having some technical problems, and as you can tell, I'm still a bit sick. So if you like that, if you like the Gaia's voice, there's lots of that. I've stopped reading the books in the Caius voice because that really wrecked my vocal cords. But I'm having a good time of it. That one I was a little rough around the edges, but hopefully it's not too off-putting for you. It is probably, I mean, it's not as successful as I was hoping it would be, but it does seem to have a fairly dedicated group of people who watch it. And this particular one, I have probably a 20 or 30 minute sort of post-mortem about how I feel about the game in what may or may not be the halfway mark of the game. It's really hard to tell what kind of progress you're making. For those of you who are here for Stellaris, Stellaris will return next week. I will not do any sneaky bonus streams or anything along those lines in between now and then. So if you are around 1 week minus 4-ish hours, you will be able to see more Horizon signal. As far as the rest of it, for those of you who want Cultist Simulator, your day comes Wednesday. And as I spent a lot of time talking about on Friday, I am not sure what's going on with Friday. It is sort of a free day for me. I want to do something kind of nice with Catherine, and I'm not quite sure whether or not it had the effect I wanted it to. So we'll see. Maybe I'll do more of it, maybe I won't. But for that, if you want to know what I'm streaming on Friday, again, Twitter's probably the best bet, because I'll announce when I know what I'm doing. I will say it there. And other than that, like I said, one of my private goals is to do more Crusader Kings content, but you guys did mention that you wanted to see some Stellaris tutorials, so I'll work on that. And I'd also like to get back to recording some more Surviving Mars vodcasts. I still have that save file. I've really not found the time for doing all this sort of stuff. It's already kind of hard to record the Elder Scrolls on a regular basis, so making the Surviving Mars stuff a bit of a nice little bonus is probably the best way to handle that for now. But anyways, you all came here for Stellaris, so thank you very much for hanging out with me. It is always a pleasure to have more people in at the end than at the the midpoint or the beginning. It makes me feel like I'm doing something right. Yes, the stream is ending tonight, Domi. Just give me one quick second here. Cool Eagle is actually growing very quickly.
You have a great night, all right? There we go. See, they're not lagged. They're fine. That's just the thing in itself. Get that free reload going. We'll just go on Overwatch here.
What you're listening to right now is the Cool Eagle.
I'm around for a little bit, System Shock. I'm going to be here for about another hour.
All right. You heard the man. He's around for another hour. He's playing XCOM 2. I like the Cool Eagle a lot. So there's the man. We're tired of System Talk, heard this place was better. I'm going to drop him a host. Do feel free to come along and put that message inside the chat. I love XCOM 2. It's been a very long time since I played it. Maybe that answers what I'm going to do on Friday. No promises, though. Do check him out. Wonderful guy, very supportive streamer. And for those of you who like Stellaris content, you may have already seen him. He is somebody who also does this game quite a bit. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll be able to get a co-cast in. But for now, I am leaving you in his very capable hands, and we'll see you next time. Hopefully Tuesday, more likely Wednesday, and possibly Friday. I don't know. I'm not doing a good job of selling it. I don't know. Let Cool Eagle entertain you. I'm done. Go away. Have a good one, guys.